Chair Powell, you can go ahead and start. We are live.
Thank you very much, Mr. Langworthy. So good morning to all of you. I call to order now the annual meeting of the University of Minnesota Board of Regents, and I'll gavel this to order. A good morning to all of you. I want to thank all of you who are joining us via the live stream video. And I want to acknowledge that now that we are all in attendance except for Regent Swigum. We're having a problem getting him in, and as soon as we have him on, we will let you know that he has also joined the meeting. So there are 11 of us now. I want to take a moment now to acknowledge the anguish that many in our community are feeling right now. The death of George Floyd was tragic, and it reminds us of the heartbreaking inequities that have existed in our society for generations. Many of our Twin Cities campus students, faculty, and staff also live and work in Minneapolis and St. Paul neighborhoods that were the sites of peaceful protest, calls for justice, and extraordinary disruption. All of this is a reminder of the systemic racism, prejudice, and injustice that takes place right here. As the governing body of this institution meets today, I want to remind everyone that the University of Minnesota strives to provide an atmosphere of mutual respect, free of racism, free of prejudice, and free of injustice. And our mission of teaching, outreach, and research provides us with the opportunity to learn from our history, to seek answers, and to shape our future. And our work is far from done. I want to affirm that this board is acutely aware of the university's opportunity to shape a better future and our need to do better. We're seeing and we're reading the many messages and emails that are coming into the administration and to the president's office and her team. I want you to know that we are reading those closely, and we will be working closely with President Gabel. And now we have a number of other discussions and business before us today, so we'll move on to our agenda. Just a very quick refresher for all of you. I know you're very familiar with this at this point, but the electronic meeting protocol. I will not call on regents to comment on every item. If you wish to ask a question, use the raise hand feature or text Jason Langworthy, and staff will keep a speaker's list for me. Please don't jump in without first being recognized. Zoom recently changed their settings. When I call you, please unmute yourself. If you forget, board staff will send a prompt. We'll continue to keep everyone muted to reduce background noise and being shown on video and when not the active speaker. All votes will be recorded by roll call as required by the open meeting law. And finally, I want to remind everyone that while we can't see our audience, today's meeting is live. It is open to the public via a live stream video. It'll also be archived on our website for later viewing. So with that, we have a full agenda, and we'll turn to the business before us. We have one item of business on our annual meeting agenda, and that is the establishment of the meeting days for 2021. I'll turn your attention to the dates listed in the docket material on page 4. Our bylaws establish a regular meeting schedule for 8 regular meetings, usually held on the second Friday and the preceding Thursday of each month in February, March, May, June, July, September, October, and December. I just want to point out that for our December 2020 meeting, I have requested that we make an adjustment and hold the meeting 1 week later on December 17th and 18th. So I'll seek a motion to approve the 2021 meeting dates as outlined in the docket, with the December meeting taking place on December 17th and 18th. Is there a motion to approve the 2021 Board of Regents meeting dates?
I'll move that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. I'll pause for a moment to see if there are any Regent comments. Use the raise hand feature or alert OBR if you want to speak.
Mr. Chair, Regent Rocha is wishing to speak.
Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you're able to hear me?
Yes, I am. Yes,
right.
I think we're able to hear you. Yeah, very clear.
All right. So to understand the document that's in the list that's in the docket has been altered. The motion before us has this 18th and 17-18, not the 10-11.
I believe that's the case. Yes.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the circumstance. I've actually got a couple questions, but on the change specifically, my significant concern is that historically we've always done the second Friday and the preceding Thursday, and this is known at the time. I mean, it's been many years that has been the general case. I know that there was a period where we were shifting a March date, which itself caused an issue where some people could make it at the regularly scheduled or the typical dates, but not at the later dates. And March has returned to second Friday and preceding Thursday. And the Pandora's box of changing dates with individual conflicts. Just my significant concern is that we will have changes where we have one or two people that could make this group, or one or two people that could make that group of dates, and then it becomes, I don't know how we resolve that. Whereas by having it consistently on the second Friday and preceding Thursday, much as other public bodies have fixed dates for their meetings, subject to, of course, emergency and so on. It's predictable when people apply and are elected to the board. They know what dates the meetings are going to be and so on. And this would be somewhat of an unusual change. If we are to consider such a change, I think it's important that we go through a process to ensure that it doesn't defease another member of the board of being able to attend. And so I don't know if prior to this recommendation or request that has, I don't recall being consulted as to whether that would impact my personal schedule, but I think it would be fair to ask whether any other member of the board might be affected by a change in the date away from the standard policy of the second Friday preceding Thursday.
Thank you, Regent Rocha. Thank you for the comment. And really, just to be clear, I'm because I have it'll be every December that we have this conflict. I'm asking for the indulgence of the board. I fully agree with you that if this causes more problems than it solves in the form of one or more regents not being able to make that meeting, then I will I'll decline this request. But Mr. Steves, do we have a sense for whether the rest of the board members would be able to attend on the 17th and the 18th?
Mr. Chair, I have not heard of any regents indicating that either set of dates was a conflict for them. Clearly, the docket materials listed the regular dates and then included a notation about this conflict and the request to potentially move to the 17th, 18th dates. And then Regent Simonson is looking to be recognized.
Okay, thank you. Regent Simonson.
Thank you, Chair. And I do have a conflict then that would likely cause me to miss the Regent meeting. I'm sorry about that. Is there any other dates that could work around your situation?
I don't think so. Well, look, Mr. Steves, given that my request would cause another regent to not being able to attend, I'll withdraw the request and we'll just go to the original schedule. Does that require a withdrawal of the motion?
Mr. Chair, I believe if both of the people, those who moved and seconded the motion, are comfortable with that change and everybody is comfortable with that, I think you can just proceed.
Are we all comfortable with reverting back to the original set of dates?
I was the maker of the motion. I'll amend it to go back to the December 10th, 11th, all regular dates, and assume there's a second for that. And
I'll agree on the second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the originally scheduled set of December of 2021 meeting dates. It's been moved and seconded. Any other comments?
Mr. Chair, we have Regent Kenyanya and Regent Rocha.
Regent Kenyanya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I had two comments, not on that issue, and I'm not sure if this is the best time, but I'll bring them up anyway. The first one was maybe for Mr. Steves. Based on this meeting schedule, how do we then determine committee meeting schedules? I know specifically Regent Rocha and I and Chief Auditor Klatt had discussed if maybe we needed to maybe add to the amount of times audit meet just to make sure that we're accommodating all the content that's going through there. Because I know there are a couple of times where audit just doesn't meet at that time while litigation might be or something like that. So if you could explain what that process would be like. And then this other one's just a comment. I know previously, Mr. Chair, and other regions I may have discussed with you. I know during the budget meeting, we often do that open forum. And I would again like to state that I think going forward, we should consider including that more often in other meetings as a way to give the general public more opportunities to directly speak to the board. So Mr. Steves.
Mr. Steves, I think the question on, the committee dates falls into your lap.
Mr. Chair and Regent Kenyanya, the board's policy on board operations and agenda guidelines establishes the number of regular meetings that each committee will have during the year. And those then are, there's a kind of a tradition as to when those regular meetings are spaced out and happen. We do then, we certainly can consider special meetings or additional meetings as needed as the business warrants for committees. Outside of that normal pattern of meetings, those will be established, or those would be considered as we do work planning. So as you recall, or maybe recall, each August we do work planning for the board. We lay out committee work plans and board work plan, and that's when we would map out the work that needs to happen during the year and the meetings that would be required to make that work happen.
Does that answer the question, Regent Kenyanya?
Yeah, it does. Thank you very much, Mr. Steves.
And then on your question on the open forum, or your comment noted, and I think it's again, this is something that we can take up as we do our planning for next year at the July retreat. Thank you for the comment. Regent Rocha.
Regent Rocha, I believe you're muted.
Oh, you guys missed a gem. That was a great opening statement. Quick question and then a comment. Are we going to be having a meeting on any of the system campuses other than the Twin Cities in the schedule? Has that been planned?
I don't think we've decided that yet. Typically, we would discuss that at the retreat. Mr. Steves, do you have a thought or comment on that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Typically, we would consider a system campus meeting or a meeting location like that as part of our work planning process in August. So we have not yet made a decision about it. So that's something that we'll have to discuss in coming months.
Yeah, I mean, my sense, others can jump in, but my sense of the board is that there is a pretty strong desire to do that. There's a lot of value in doing that, and we'll just have to, sit down and look at the options when we do our planning at the retreat.
All right, thank you. That's perfect. And then the building off of what Regent Kenyanya just brought up, I guess maybe it's been 10 years or so now that the board has been on this 8-meeting schedule. Mr. Steves, do we know how many special meetings did we have over the past year? Do we kind of know offhand?
Mr. Chair and Regent Rocha, I don't know right offhand. I know we had 3 special meetings just in April, but I'd have to go back and look to see how many special meetings we had during the course of the year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
And obviously this has been unique, and regardless of what our annual schedule would be, we would have had special meetings. But although you could, suggest that April may have only had 2 rather than 3 if we'd have had a meeting scheduled in April. But it seems to me that we've had a pretty consistent need to have special meetings that put us at 11 or 12 meetings on an annual basis. We used to meet every second Friday and preceding Thursday throughout the year, and one of the advantages of that was that it when you had certain issues of import, they could be handled at the regular meeting. We didn't have to have a special meeting, which sometimes tends to overstate an item, a matter of concern. And so I would urge the board to return. I'm not going to bring a motion today. I haven't had a chance to really work it through the board with everything else going on, but I would strongly suggest that we consider adding additional dates. And I'm sure we can amend this at any point if that's the case, whether after the August work session and so on. But that would give us much more capacity to have the audit committee. I mean, audit, since we've been chair, vice chair, Regent Kenyanya, I don't think we've had a single meeting where we haven't wished we had more time to get into the substance of topics. And so, certainly that would give us the ability to have more regularity in audit and compliance, which is extremely critical. And it would also give us some more flexibility for open forum conversations with the public. And they don't necessarily have to be 16-hour slogfest every day either. When you have, the more consistent meetings, we can take some of these things on. And also, I think there's a big advantage to the administration that, that they have access to the board for approvals, as opposed to having to sometimes wait a 60-day cycle before the board meets again to get approvals under our policies. I would note that, Hennepin County is a budget, something in the range of half the size of the university, and they meet virtually every Tuesday. So I'm not certainly suggesting that we would be that active as a board, but there was a sort of a poetic simplicity to meeting every month with a July retreat, the way that it used to be structured, and it kept us from having some of the fits and starts that I think that we have now, and we also didn't have quite the scarcity of access that we currently have. So I'll support the schedule as it is, Mr. Chair, but I would just ask the leadership to take a strong look at adding those additional couple of months, maybe not all 4 at this point, but adding a couple more months to give us some more opportunity, access for the administration and access for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Rocha, for that good comment. And we can, we can have a look at the history and we can look at and generate some options for the board to consider at the retreat.
Mr. Chair, Regent McMillan is seeking to speak.
Regent McMillan.
Thank you, Chair Powell, and thanks, Regent Rocha, for bringing this up. Regents Swigum and Beeson will probably remember we reduced the number of meetings in 2011, and we now sit at 6 with committees and 2 that don't include committees. I think, at 80 a year, I understand the logic and potential need for those. I think the special meetings have been driven by, at least in my time, by a presidential transition primarily, and then Regent Powell's time by COVID. And I'm not personally in favor of more meetings, but it'd be a good discussion point. Probably not today, but I think what could actually work well is to rethink the March and July meetings of not having committees. Because in my experience, at least with the committees I've led since not being in board leadership, we've had to meet both of those times. And perhaps there's some middle ground there between adding a new calendar month meeting, but rethinking that July and March approach of not having committees, because it just feels like we need the committees to do the business most of the time. And I think when we were in Duluth, we ended up with special meetings of the committees. So I'm, again, probably not for, maybe board leadership could bring us into some sort of a committee into a retreat style discussion where that's where we changed it in 2011, was at the July retreat. There was a good discussion and then the board changed its process. But just to throw that on the table, I do see the need for more business in the committee level, and perhaps July and March would fit the bill there. But there may be countervailing reasons to that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent McMillan. Good comment. Appreciate it. Mr. Steeves, anyone else seeking to comment?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right. Well, look, thank you for the good discussion. We will come back to this topic at the retreat. And with that, I will ask Mr. Steves to call the roll on the motion before us.
Mr. Chair,
And before you do that, Mr. Steves, I beg your pardon. Is Regent Swigum joining us?
Mr. Chair, we have still been unable to reach him.
Okay. All right. Let's call the roll.
All right. On the annual meeting dates, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Herr.
Yes.
Regent Herr votes yes. Regent Hsu.
Yes.
Regent Hsu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum. Regent Swigum is absent. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 11 in favor and 1 absent.
Okay. The motion passes. Thank you all. So that concludes the business of our annual meeting agenda, and the annual meeting of the Board of Regents is now adjourned. And I will now call to order the regular June 2020 meeting of the Board of Regents. And first on our agenda today is recognition of 3 members of our university community, beginning with the outgoing Executive Vice President and Provost, Karen Hansen. I'll turn it over to you, President Gable, for your comments, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, everyone who's watching through the stream, good morning. It is my distinct pleasure to honor the outstanding commitment and service of Karen Hansen, who is the outgoing Executive Vice President and Provost. Provost Hansen joined the University of Minnesota in 2012, and during her tenure has been a visionary in her roles of Executive Vice President and as the university's Chief Academic Officer. Through innovative and collaborative leadership, she further advanced the university's academic mission, expanded interdisciplinary research and teaching, and strengthened the systemness of our great university community through strategic initiatives and system-wide enrollment planning. And these are only a few examples of Provost Hansen's many contributions. It would take more time than we have for me to list them all. I also want to extend my personal appreciation to Provost Hansen for her guidance and partnership during my transition. She and I met many years ago when we both served on the National Board of Provosts. She is a provost. She is one of the most sincere and authentic academic scholars and leaders that I know, and she has been indispensable to me personally and professionally as I've gone through my own transition in this first year as president. She's a true partner. Her input and perspective were unbelievably valuable. So Karen, you are graceful and wise, you are elegant and patient, and you're really one of a kind. And so on behalf of the entire university community, I would like to extend our deep respect and appreciation for your excellent service and contributions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, President Gable. And I now have the very distinct honor to present Karen Hansen with the Board of Regents Award of Outstanding Merit. And the certificate and citation reads as follows. The Regents of the University of Minnesota recognize with sincere gratitude and appreciation the exemplary dedication, service, and contributions of Karen Hansen, Executive Vice President and Provost. As Executive Vice President and Provost, Karen Hansen guided visionary planning to advance the university's academic mission and to foster a more nimble and innovative university to meet the challenges of a diverse and changing state, nation, and world. She oversaw the development of key initiatives to further transform educational experiences for students, recruit and retain field-shaping researchers and teachers, broaden and deepen diversity, equity, and public engagement, and expand interdisciplinary research and teaching in order to harness the full breadth and depth of the university, including grand challenges research and curricular initiatives, and steady attention to the vital role of the arts and humanities. In her role as the university's chief academic officer with oversight responsibility for educational and research missions, she provided leadership for initiatives, discourse, and collaborative decision-making that promoted the highest values and ideals of this university. She further oversaw initiatives to strengthen the collective excellence of the university's system and leverage the strengths of its many distinctive campuses and programs, including strategic initiatives in system-wide enrollment planning. Karen Hansen served the university for over 8 years, from 2012 to 2020, and the impact of her leadership at the University of Minnesota will be felt for decades to come. So on behalf of the university community, the Regents extend their respect and deepest gratitude to Karen Hansen for her outstanding service to the University of Minnesota. We honor her contributions and we extend our best wishes for her future endeavors, presented on this 12th day of June in 2020. Karen, thank you for your service to the university. Of all those significant accomplishments outlined in the certificate, you have been an absolute delight to work with. Over the years, my colleagues and I have so appreciated your willingness to be a great listener, your integrity, your passion for the university and for higher education. We hope that you'll give us a few words now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair Powell and President Gable. I really want to express my gratitude to the board and, of course, to President Gable, with whom I've had the great pleasure of working this past year, and President Emeritus Kaler, who hired me and with whom I had the pleasure of working for almost 8 years before that. I really want to thank you all for the privilege of being able to return to this great university that, when I was an undergraduate, shaped my intellect and sensibilities and opened for me a world of thought and opportunities. I also want to express my enormous appreciation for the outstanding faculty and staff who execute the central missions of the University of Minnesota, as well as my admiration for our talented students who come not only to learn, but also to challenge and renew this institution. And a special shout out to all the wonderful folks with whom I've worked so closely in the Provost's office, along with a warm welcome to Provost Croson, an exceptional academic who came into the Provost job at an extraordinary time and has taken on the tasks of that office with great skill and aplomb. I do want to say that it is a difficult time to be stepping away. As Chair Powell noted, it's just a difficult time. Neat. We see death hanging over us from two directions, from both the pandemic and from social injustice. And I, like many others, feel at once fearful and angry and heartbroken and impatient. We're all affected, but not all equally or in the same way, by both the natural hardship of COVID-19 and the unnatural deformations of society that visit hardship and death selectively. What does this difficult time mean for the university? This is a university that's understood itself to serve the public in various ways. And it has, through exceptional education, breakthroughs in research, and attention to public engagement. University of Minnesota faculty and staff in the health sciences and in science and engineering are right now working full bore to treat and to seek breakthroughs in understanding and taming the pandemic. The university right now also has new opportunities to serve the other urgent pressing needs of society. As our various communities identify and express them. One of the great things about the university is that it's a place for reflection and self-examination. It can also dedicate itself to listening and to learning from listening. I trust that that is what this university is capable of doing, and that is what it will be doing. I think public universities in general have typically understood themselves to be sites of equity and opportunity and forces for positive social change. Whether or not that's always been true, it's certainly what we aspire to be, and we always aspire to be better. I believe the University of Minnesota does have a moral purpose, and I trust it will seek out ways to serve that purpose to work collectively for positive change. Again, I want to thank all of you for the opportunity to serve as Executive Vice President and Provost these past 8.5 years, and I hope we will continue to see one another in one way or another in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen, so much. And I'm sure I speak for everyone else when we say we're so grateful to you for reminding us always of our mission and our aspiration. And it is a tough time, but we do want to take the time today to honor you and thank you for your wonderful work over the last 8 years. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Regent Beeson would like to add a few comments.
Regent Beeson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Karen, you have been the calm in the storm, and we've had a lot of storms over the last 8 years. But your professionalism, your decorum, taking the high road is not gone unnoticed. You've been a great aide. It's so clear how important the role of provost is to a president, and I know how important you were to President Kaler's success, and the transition help that you provided is incredibly appreciated. And so from a really grateful university and Board of Regents, thank you, Karen, for all your work.
Thank you.
Mr. Steves? Anyone else?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. President Gable, then I will now turn it over to you for our additional recognitions this morning.
Thank you, Chair Powell. I'll start with outgoing CSCC Chair Jean Otto. Mr. Chair, members of the board, it's my honor to recognize Jean Otto, the outgoing chair of the Civil Service Consultative Committee. Jean works in the Department of Integrated Biology and Physiology in the Medical School, Twin Cities, as the department administrator. She's proven to be a strong leader in that department and a passionate advocate and steward for our literally thousands of civil service employees, focusing on process, advocacy, and outreach with a strong commitment to shared governance. She spearheaded really important work just this year alone in close partnership with the Office of Human Resources, including the use of sick leave for unscheduled childcare, new provisions related to bereavement leave, and enhancement to the vacation donation policy, just to name a few. And in the last few weeks, I want to particularly note we've navigated unique challenges that required real advocacy and partnership, and Jean has been absolutely perfect in both fronts. And these are just her recent accomplishments built on years of service in her role, in her work, and in her leadership. Jean, I want to thank you for your outstanding service. Next, I have the opportunity to call to your attention outgoing PAC Chair Noelle Noonan. Mr. Chair and members of the board, it's my honor to recognize her as the outgoing chair of the Academic Professionals and Administrators Consultative Committee. Noelle is the Director of Student Affairs and Registrar for the law school in her professional life. She's also a musician, a thinker, and a passionate and principled advocate. She's exhibited strong leadership skills for our thousands of P&A employees through ongoing collaboration and consultation with the central administration and with system campus outreach, with a really strong commitment to shared government. Noelle has led important work this year, including publishing an article in the MinPost highlighting the contributions of P&A employees to the university mission, revising the P&A Senate mission statement and charge, and providing numerous educational opportunities to P&A employees, just to name a few, and only as recent example of her accomplishments over her many years of leadership and service. Noelle, it is my great pleasure to thank you for your outstanding service. And then last but certainly not least, it's my pleasure to, following our final report, honor Amy Pittenger, Department Head and Associate Professor in the Department of Pharmaceutical Care and Health Systems, College of Pharmacy, Twin Cities, and outgoing chair of the Faculty Consultative Committee. Amy is a respected partner and esteemed member of the University Committee who has been a steady partner throughout an extraordinary term, more than the standard one-year term for FCC chair. As you all know, I met Amy when she was on the search committee for the presidency. She was part of the cornerstone decision-making process for me in my arrival. She has been on the angel on my shoulder as I've come on board. I cannot imagine how we would have navigated the last few weeks without her, in addition to the last few years of leadership that she has stewarded. She's demonstrated patience, skill, and a nimble approach to partnership and consultation in the face of challenges, and deftly kept the trains running to advance the work of the FCC. She's also served on literally every committee there is on this campus, particularly all of the work groups and task forces we've stood up in the last few weeks and months to address the most recent challenges and opportunities that we faced. So for her outstanding service, I know the board will join me in thanking Professor Pittenger and to offer this certificate of appreciation.
All right, thank you, President Gable. And on behalf of the Board of Regents, I want to express our very sincere gratitude to Jean Otto and Noel Noonan for their service to shared governance at the university. We are deeply grateful. We thank Professor Pittenger, and we'll have a bit more to say, to Professor Pittenger and about her later in this meeting. Our next item of business is approval of the May minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion of the May minutes? Please let Mr. Steves know or Mr. Langworthy if you have any comments. Hearing none, Mr. Steves will call the roll.
On approval of the minutes, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Herr.
Yes.
Regent Herr votes yes. Regent Hsu.
Yes.
Regent Hsu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum. Regent Swigum is absent. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 11 in favor and 1 absent.
11 in favor, 1 absent. The minutes are approved. Thank you. Moving on with our agenda, we'll next hear the report of the President. President Gable, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. It's very nice to see you all virtually. I hope everyone is healthy, safe, and well. Members of the board, our university community continues to process George Floyd's tragic death. We've taken steps to change our relationship with the Minneapolis Police Department, including to limit our collaboration with the MPD to joint patrols and investigations that directly enhance the safety of our community and surrounding areas. But we are no longer contracting with them for additional law enforcement needs, such as large events, for football games, or specialized services. It is a very difficult time for our community, as Provost Hanson aptly described, but there are also rays of light and silver linings amidst these clouds, most notably our students who've come forward to express their voice and set their expectations in ways that hold us accountable, which I will speak to in just a few moments. We also celebrate so many across our university family who are actively serving with food drives, working in damaged neighborhoods, donating to local organizations or causes, and are working together with us on shared governance responses so that our community can meet the moral mission that we just talked about a few moments ago. We're also very fortunate that our university community and physical campus remain unscathed from activities over the last 2 weeks. And that allows us to pivot ahead in ways that engage in active listening so that the strong voices coming our way are heard and seen. And while they may be stated in different ways, represent a shared echo that it is time for us to think in a modern and reflective way around what it means for our entire campus community to be and feel safe. That anyone would feel unsafe is unacceptable, and we're committed to ensuring that every member of our university family feels safe and feels supported now and into the future. To this end, on June 18th, we will be addressing several proposals that have come forward. We have received, as you know, multiple different sets of student demands. We've also received formal proposals in the form of resolutions through the University Senate process. We have received informal proposals from students and faculty, all of which reflect this notion of a modern sensibility around campus safety, both in its operation and in its environment and feeling. In order to address these in a way that makes sense for our entire campus community, we are bringing together a special meeting of the Senate Consultative Committee on June 18th with representation from the different groups who have brought forward proposals either formally or informally, so that we can engage in meaningful conversations with me, with those responsible for campus safety, some of our faculty who have subject matter expertise on different attributes of safety, and with our police chief, so that we can lean into who we are as a university and our shared governance process in order to design our next steps in ways that reflect all of these voices, all of our community, and allow us to move forward so that we can fulfill our moral mission in this context and in our broader context as teachers and scholars committed to service to the state of Minnesota and society as a whole. This will allow us to be better and do better, and we will bring forward updates to the board on the outcomes of this meeting and the steps that it informs. Yesterday was a busy day for the committees of the Board of Regents, with much of the work undertaken over recent months and weeks coming before you for review or approval. We've been keeping you updated on the Sunrise Plan that we developed in response to the COVID-19 implications, including a few key things, such as our desire to stand up in compliance with the recommendation of public health officials and the governor's orders, some classes this July, and what we've been calling a July mester, so that we can begin the process of bringing some courses back to life from face-to-face point of view, and some of our students back to campus for face-to-face instruction as a precursor to our entire fall 2020 plan. You endorsed that plan, also took action on the CAB budget, the plan for unpaid furloughs and temporary pay cuts, the CARES Act institutional principles, and a first review of our early retirement incentive program. We informed you of our administrative action to end our extended reduced operations and transition back to COVID-19 adjusted normal operations. All of this as operational and also substantive components of our Sunrise Plan and new course of action in light of COVID-19. In order to do all of this work, for which we thank you for your review and advice, you might imagine involves a lot of faculty, staff, students, administrators, task force, committee, work groups, review, governing bodies, scientific advice, community partnership. I would like to thank everyone who's been a voice in all of these decisions, in particular the FCC, the various faculty and university Senate committees, PAC, the CSCC, our collective bargaining, labor represented employees, our students, student government leadership, those who are serving on the EMPC. I'm particularly going to thank Jill DeBoer, who is our epidemiologist, amongst so many others, for their support and engagement throughout all of the decision making and planning that goes into what's been going on, and thank them in advance because, of course, we are not done yet and there's more to come. I would also like to thank everyone who has supported this work. It has been quite a lift to get to where we are, and I'm pleased to report that we're on our way to all of the other lifts that will be required in order to get where we need to go. One of those work groups I want to call to your attention is the Academic and Research Planning Work Group, co-chaired by Provost Croson and Vice President for Research Chris Kramer. That work is more of a long game, and they will present their first report to you next month. A couple of the specific decisions that have come out of these work groups that I want to make you aware of since the last time we met. Consistent with CDC recommendations, the university is modifying our travel policy to reflect that effective June 15th, there will no longer be restrictions for university domestic or Canadian vehicle travel, as well as non-essential university domestic air business travel. However, we have extended the ban on non-essential university international air business travel through August 15th, 2020, and we will update this decision and review against public health recommendations and guidelines by July 15th. I also want to note, with regard to student dining, due to the impact of COVID-19 on all aspects of the university's operation, as well as our food vendors and the food service realm, the administration is planning to bring to you next month for approval an additional 1-year extension, meaning a 3 years instead of 2 years extension of the Aramark contract. We have consulted with students on this decision, as well as other governing bodies on campus, so that we can make the best decision for our entire campus community amidst the challenging times that we're in. With regard to the legislative session, earlier this week, we welcome news that Governor Tim Walz and legislative leaders remain committed to passing a bonding bill this summer in a special session. The challenges our community has faced for the last several months and the last several weeks, including the pandemic's financial impact, the effects and impact both physically and emotionally of the George Floyd murder, accentuate how important state and federal resources are for our entire community, including the university, and how a robust bonding bill from the state becomes even more important for all of us. We remain in close contact with our legislative leaders about our capital request, and we're optimistic that state leaders will reach an agreement soon. Next month's meeting, we will bring forward to the Governance and Policy Committee an updated renamings policy draft for consideration and discussion based on broad, informal, and formal consultation, which has resulted in a proposal which we will bring for your action next month. Later in this meeting, we will bring forward for final action the system-wide strategic plan. And this represents two of the long consultations that we've been undertaking over the course of the academic year. Members of the board, over our recent board meetings, I've updated you on how, to a person, our university family has merged its talents and resourcefulness to uplift our university, serve our state, and impact the world. And I'm proud to note that we have several things to be UMN proud of, even in this very difficult time. For example, the newly released National Academy of Inventors 2019 rankings for worldwide universities with granted U.S. utility patents. Our university rose 3 spots on that list to 17th, and we're 3rd in the Big Ten, 2nd amongst Big Ten public schools. With our utility patents this year, 102 granted, we've moved up every year since 2014, when we topped out at 50th nationally. There are some good sports news too. You remember last month we acknowledged Scott Perunovich's Hobie Baker Award. Also this month, Gopher Baseball's Max Meyer was selected by the Miami Marlins as the first pitcher in the MLB draft and 3rd pick overall, tying Hall of Famer Paul Molitor as the highest pick in Gophers history. He's also one of 4 Minnesotans to be picked in the top 5 of the draft, joining Molitor, Joe Mauer, and Dave Winfield. So members of the board, the events of the last 3 months, and in particular the last 3 weeks, have reinforced for me the central role that we must play, not just as an institution of higher education, but as one of America's leading research universities. We rededicate ourselves to that commitment now more than ever to ensure that this incredible institution remains a central figure in service, in the success, in the safety, in the well-being of the state of Minnesota and all Minnesotans. So I thank you for your continued support and guidance and all you do. That concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that report, President Gable. Turning to my report, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the fact that the COVID-19 pandemic continues to drive many of the critical decisions and discussions that we're having. And our decisions have very meaningful, very real impact on the daily lives of the university community. To this point, we held additional conversations following yesterday's Mission Fulfillment Committee discussion regarding the proposed fall 2020 framework. And that discussion reinforced the importance of providing greater certainty to prospective and returning students and their families. As a result, following yesterday's meeting, I asked board staff to work with the administration to develop a resolution for consideration during the new business at today's board meeting. And this resolution will reflect the framework advanced by President Gable and Provost Croson, and they'll recommend it for approval. And I believe that you all received this resolution last night. So I look forward to discussing this resolution at the end of today's meeting. Later today, we'll also act on a budget and furlough plan. With nearly 2/3 of our operating budget in salary and benefit costs, this reminds us of the value of our people. Our staff and our faculty are our greatest asset. And as we contemplate pay cuts or furloughs, we know that this is impacting employees and families at a time of great uncertainty. And we understand our decisions have a real impact on the university community. And I just want everyone to know that our conversations are not happening in a vacuum. We're not just looking at numbers on a spreadsheet. We see, the human impact. We see student, faculty, and staff faces that are affected by our actions. Today, President Gable will also be seeking approval of the university's system-wide strategic plan. The board has been deeply interested in these planning efforts, which began before President Gable began her tenure at the university, but they gained a life and new energy since her arrival last July. I'm very excited to see this plan before us for action today, but very importantly, I want to know that although the plan is ready, if you will, for our approval, this is certainly not the end of the road. In fact, most of the work lies ahead of us, not the least of which is to attach specific targets and measures and metrics, which will be an area of focus for the board and President Gable in coming months. Finally, at our May meeting, I announced the formation of the Presidential Performance Review Committee. Regents Swigum and Davenport and I have met, as you know, and that work is underway. We anticipate delivering our report at the July Board of Regents meeting. And that concludes my report. Item number 5 is the receive and file reports item. Please note those items reported in the docket materials. And I see that Regent Swigum has joined us now. Welcome, Regent Swigum. Can you hear us? Okay, we can see you, but we can't yet hear you, but one step at a time. Mr. Steves, are we working on Regent Swigum's audio?
I think I have it, Ken.
Okay, good, very good. So you're here now. Welcome, Regent Swigum. We are just moving on to item 6, which is the consent report for review and action. This month's consent report contains many of the standard items. I do want to call your attention to one item in particular, and this is the amendment to the employment agreement with President Emeritus Kaler. The original agreement called for Dr. Kaler to take a sabbatical beginning July 1st, 2020. He's requested to return to the faculty for the fall 2020 semester and reserve his sabbatical for a later undetermined time. All other elements of the employment agreement remain the same. If you're interested in asking a question, making a comment, or asking for an item in the consent report to be considered separately, please use raise hand or alert OBR staff. Anyone wanting to speak, Mr. Steves?
Mr. Chair, Regent Rocha would like to speak.
Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a comment that I don't think requires pulling something out. Would that be appropriate?
Sure.
I just want to, I did pose a question, and this is sort of an ongoing thing. We have a wonderful group of people being honored by the university, and I appreciate the substantial work of the Honors Committee. I did make a request to understand sort of the demographic makeup of people that we recognize as an institution, particularly as we talk about, much around the university and inclusiveness and so on. Haven't been able to get that data. But I would just ask that be something that as we go forward, we be mindful, because certainly in terms of relationships and access and so on and so forth, it would be I think somewhat of a lagging indicator in diversity to have people being, identified and recognized by the institution when we know every day people of all backgrounds and histories are contributing to our culture. So if I could just get a kind of a commitment from the office and the administration that we would be able to sort of capture that at some point in the not so distant future, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that comment and request, Regent Rocha. I'm sure we can get that information. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments on the consent report? It sounds like there are none. And so with no additional questions or comment, Mr. Steves, will you please call the roll?
So this is on the consent report. Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Herr.
Yes.
Regent Herr votes yes. Regent Hsu.
Yes.
Regent Hsu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 12 in favor and none opposed.
12 in favor, none opposed. The consent report is approved. Thank you. We'll move on now to the report of the Faculty Consultative Committee and some recognition. That report will be delivered by Professor Amy Pittenger. Professor Pittenger, thank you for joining us again today, and we look forward to your report and the discussion.
Thank you. Chair Powell, Vice Chair Swigum, members of the board, and President Gable. On behalf of Vice Chair Phil Bullman and my other colleagues on the Faculty and Senate and Consultative Committees, I'm pleased to present to the Board of Regents our committee's spring semester report. My objective is to provide updates on selected ongoing efforts of the FCC and SCC. This report does not describe all of the efforts of the FCC and SCC. As I reported in my December 2019 fall FCC report, the FCC started the year with 3 goals, and I'll begin by providing progress updates on these goals. The first goal concerned contract faculty and professional administrative teaching specialists, governance, representation, and academic freedom. This past fall, the FCC continued a task force formed and charged the previous year by then FCC Chair Professor Joe Constan to examine the composition of the FCC. This year, the task force focused on an unfinished portion of the charge by collecting information regarding the variability of circumstances of contract faculty and professional and administrative teaching specialists across the system. Informed by the information they gathered, they proposed to launch a survey to guide next steps with regard to potential changes to governance structures. At our May 2019 Senate meeting, resolution on education around best practices for disability accommodations and supporting students with disabilities was passed. This resolution recommended that the university implement required education on accommodated instruction, testing, and best practices for supporting students with disabilities for university faculty, instructors, and student services and staff system-wide. We devoted a third of our August retreat on informing the development of future training materials. The Provost Office has formed a committee chaired by Professor Ben Munson to begin this work of developing the faculty training. And we also began the year with an exploration of system-wide sanction guidelines for faculty misconduct. The FCC, with Vice Chair Bullman taking a lead role, provided input to Director Tina Marisam regarding new documents related to faculty misconduct that are now posted on the EOAA website. As is true for most of us, addressing the disruptions caused by COVID-19 has been our focus for much of the spring semester. In addition to the regularly scheduled consultation meetings with President Gable, FCC Vice Chair Professor Phil Bullman and I have been invited to serve on the President's Emergency Management Team, along with President Gable's senior leadership team. This group has met frequently and regularly to address the constantly changing situation and to make the best decisions possible given the information available in the moment. Vice Chair Phil Bullman and I have also been invited to join the Academic and Student Affairs Working Group related to COVID-19 and have been asked to serve, in addition to other faculty representation, on 2 additional work groups, Academic and Research and Finance and Operations, that were formed by President Gable to advise her with planning strategies to advance the university in the midst of the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Vice Chair Professor Bullman and FCC member Colleen Flaherty Manchester are serving or have served on the Finance and Operations Work Group, and FCC member Professor Lynn Lucas and I are serving on the Academic and Research Work Group. At the time this report was submitted, the Senate had not yet voted on the proposed salary reductions. As I know you already know, the Faculty Senate voted to approve the President's proposal for authority to implement a temporary reduction in salary for all faculty for the 2020-2021 academic year. Additionally, the University Senate endorsed a statement brought forward by the Senate Committee on Equity, Access, and Diversity, condemning the murder of George Floyd at the June 5th, 2020 meeting. I want to provide a few general updates, beginning with the announcement that Professor Phil Bullman was elected FCC Chair and Professor Ned Patterson was elected FCC Vice Chair for the 2020-2021 academic year. I'm truly excited by this incoming leadership team, and I know that you will enjoy partnering with them. I also want to mention that the FCC has devoted efforts to a number of other important topics, including welcoming Provost Croson to the University of Minnesota at her first meeting with the FCC on April 23rd, and providing additional input on the namings policy and system-wide strategic plan. And to note that incoming FCC Vice Chair Ned Patterson has served a key role on a work group addressing how to best implement the new Title IX regulations that impact faculty sexual misconduct matters. As I close this report, I want to acknowledge all the excellent support of the University Senate staff. It is truly wonderful to collaborate with the very talented group of individuals in the Senate office, and the University of Minnesota is lucky to have this expertise within its governance structure. I also want to recognize all of the students, staff, and faculty involved in governance who volunteer their time and efforts to make the University of Minnesota shared governance model the robust model it is. I thank President Gable for the way she has led us during this challenging time, but especially for the efforts to involve the faculty voice in deliberations. President Gable has demonstrated through this crisis how much he values shared governance. I also want to thank you, members of the board, for your partnership during my time as FCC chair. You've always been available and open to discussion and input on many difficult topics. Thank you for your continued commitment to shared governance as a value and a process. This is my final report as FCC chair, and it has been a privilege to serve as both vice chair and chair of the faculty and Senate consultative committees. Not only have I had the opportunity to be a part of important work, but I've also been able to collaborate with truly inspirational students, staff, faculty, and administrative leaders. As a 3-time graduate and 15-year employee, it is truly impossible for me to overstate the important role of the University of Minnesota has played in my life. I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve the University of Minnesota, an institution that has given me so much. I've been so proud to see how the University of Minnesota has responded to the COVID-19 pandemic and how we've led the nation and the world with our comprehensive expertise. I know that the University of Minnesota will also rise to meet the challenge to fight for equity and inclusion. And I'm quoting here from the Equity, Access, and Diversity Statement approved by the Senate just last week: to change the systems that perpetuate racism, bigotry, and inequality in our communities. I know that we will once again lead the nation with our expertise in confronting structural racism, leveraging research from our own nationally and internationally recognized faculty, such as the work of Dr. Rachel Hardiman, Assistant Professor in the School of Public Health, Dr. Keith Mays, Associate Professor in the College of Liberal Arts, and many others. Once again, we are lucky to have such depth and breadth of faculty expertise at our great university. Despite the challenging time we're in, I'm very optimistic about our future because of our established and truly inspiring student engagement and leadership, the commitment and contributions of our talented staff, our deep and extensive faculty expertise, and the collaborative approach embraced by our administration. And with that, I end my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your report, Professor Pittenger. You started off by describing 3 very fulsome objectives that you started the year with. You then pivoted to a lot of other things. I don't really know how you did it all with you and your team, but we're very, very grateful to you for your commitment and your energy and your leadership during a really very difficult time. Please, colleagues, we'd like to take time now for questions, comments, discussion with Professor Pittenger. You've just heard her report. If you have comments, please use raise hand or alert OBR if you'd like to speak.
Mr. Chair, we have Regent Swigum and Regent McMillan.
Regent Swigum.
Regent Swigum, you're muted.
How about now?
Great.
We can hear you.
It's probably better I'd be muted, but I just wanted to take just one quick minute, Ken, Mr. Chairman, to publicly state how professional and how wonderful Amy and Phil have been to work with this last year. They've been very cooperative, collaborative, and very, very strong leadership for the faculty. The faculty should know that their voice was heard and was there and present all the time. And she's been just a great leader for the faculty. But even more, Amy Pittenger is a very, very decent, wonderful person. And I just wanted to make sure that this was said publicly. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Swigum. Regent McMillan.
Thank you, Chair Powell. And now I'm going to, using a football analogy, pile on. I had the opportunity to work closely with Amy and Phil in my tenure in leadership, and extraordinary, thoughtful, comprehensive, and incredibly articulate. All those words come to mind, and Steve just said it probably better than that. Just great people, great leadership, and great leaders rise to big challenges, whether it was transitioning leadership here or managing through all the things that have happened in 2020. Every step of the way, we've counted on the faculty consultative committee chair and vice chair to represent the voice of faculty. And I commend you for the leadership since the death of George Floyd as well. You've stepped up and been outstanding, and I'm moved by the words that you chose and took time to read the faculty statement as well, and some great details. So thanks for all of that. It was a pleasure to work with you, and Phil, we look forward to working with you years ahead.
Thank you, Regent McMillan.
Mr. Chair, we have Regent Anderson and Regent Davenport.
Regent Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. I assume I'm unmuted here. I just will be very, very brief. Prior to becoming a board member, I was not real enlightened about how the FCC worked, but I will tell you that I have had the pleasure to get to know, and I don't know all their positions today, but at that time, Professor Ropers, Professor Colin Campbell, Professor Joe Constant, and now Professor Pittenger as FCC chairs. And it's been absolutely wonderful to get to know them, get to see their side of the issues. And I will just very briefly say to Professor Pittenger, it's been an absolute privilege to have you as one of the leaders of the University of Minnesota. So thank you for what you have done. And to the next chair, Godspeed and good luck, because they're following a great group of people. So thank you.
Thank you, Regent Anderson. Regent Davenport.
Thank you, Chair Powell. I just want to simply say thank you to Dr. Pittenger and the faculty, and as she said, especially for their depth and breadth of expertise and their engagement with the administration and the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Davenport. Thank you. Mr. Steeves, others in the queue?
Mr. Chair, I do not see anyone else.
Well, then with that, let me turn it over now. And Professor Pittenger, if you would stay with us, let me turn it over to President Gable.
Mr. Chair, I would just refer to my earlier remarks.
All right. Well, thank you, President Gable. So, President Pittenger, it's my pleasure to virtually present you with the Board of Regents Certificate of Recognition. You'll receive the certificate very soon, but for you and for our audience, I do want to read the text. The Regents of the University of Minnesota recognize with great appreciation the exceptional dedication, service, and contributions of Professor Amy Pittenger, Spring 2019 and 2019-20 Chair of the Faculty Consultative Committee. As Chair, Professor Pittenger has been an advocate for faculty while providing effective leadership and consultation with the Board of Regents, the President, and senior leaders. She led governance involvement in several important university matters, including the searches for the university's 17th president and the executive vice president and provost, planning and response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the President's initiative to prevent sexual misconduct, Twin Cities campus liberal education curriculum redesign, a resolution on education around best practices for disability accommodations and supporting students with disabilities, and a number of other key system-wide policy initiatives. It's been a busy time for Professor Pittenger, and the university has benefited greatly from Professor Pittenger's thoughtful stewardship of faculty governance and her integrity, her commitment, and contributions to the greater good. On behalf of the entire university community, the Regents of the University of Minnesota express their deepest gratitude to Professor Amy Pittenger for her outstanding leadership and tremendous service presented on June 12th, 2020. So, Amy, we are so very, very, very grateful to you. You got more than you bargained for during the last couple of years, and you have handled it with grace and aplomb, and we really, really thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll move on now to our next agenda item, which is the system-wide strategic plan, which is up for action today. And I mentioned before and want to reiterate, I'm very excited that this is before the board for action today. Since President Gabel's arrival last July, the system-wide strategic plan has been a top priority. She's consulted and meaningfully engaged this board and other university groups throughout the past year, resulting in the plan that is before us for action. Our approval of the plan today will allow us to shift from development to the delivery of the plan, so to speak. In coming months, most notably, we as a board will begin our work with the president to develop system-wide metrics through examining progress card, which is a critical, important governance tool. So President Gabel, please, will you proceed with your presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Swigum, members of the board. I bring before you for action today the University of Minnesota's proposed Impact 2025 system-wide strategic plan. Unlike past presentations, I'm not planning to walk you through every slide or every piece of the plan because they are available in your docket for reference. And of course, we can refer back to them during the discussion if you are so inclined. Because last month I presented an overview for you of the 3 phases of our system strategic planning, including our broad consultation over the last year with faculty, staff, and students, our alumni partners around in the legislature and throughout the state. The plan today reflects this broad consultation, including suggestions raised by the board at last month's meeting and feedback we've continued to receive across our university community. Building on this work and as a next step, we will initiate a process at the July board retreat to review and refresh the University of Minnesota Progress Card that the chair referred to, which is also referred to in our maroon and gold measures. This will ultimately become a new dashboard, which will focus on strategic but measurable outcomes aligned with our system-wide strategic plan's action items. It will also provide a roadmap that will help define the core achievements of the university and this administration over the course of this plan and into the future. In addition, we're also developing an interactive website that will host the dashboard and provide narrative discussion around the plan so that those who wish to understand it better but may not have the benefit of this type of conversation will have the resources they need to do so. This will be context, it will explain the commitments, the goals, the action items, and provide examples and links as they evolve and are developed. Even though some of the measures associated with each action item will not be included in the final dashboard, each action item will be measured, and that measurement will be reflected and updated regularly in reports to you and on the website. But I want to thank our university community, including members of this board, for your support and guidance through this process. We've accomplished a lot over the last year to get to this moment, and I look forward to continuing our work together in next steps. This is really just the beginning, and the next steps, including the establishment of crucial metrics, will help us implement this plan on behalf of the university and in support of our state. So with that, I would like to answer any questions you may have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, President Gabel. Before we move to the discussion, I'd entertain a motion to approve the system-wide strategic plan.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved. Moved and seconded. Thank you very much. I know we're going to have many regents who will wish to speak to this item. Again, use raise hand or alert OBR staff if you wish to speak.
Mr. Chair, Regent Simonson.
Regent Simonson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President Gable. I really look forward to seeing this strategic plan roll out, and I'm particularly interested in the discovery, innovation, and impact, and looking at the metrics there. I've said since I've been on the board, I think we can do a lot better on our intellectual property and the return on that, and I'd like to see it become a bigger part of our budget, if you will. And raise the percentage on that and drop the percentage of the tuition role it plays right now. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that roll out, and I think Vice President Kramer is going to do a good job of that. So thank you.
Thank you, Regent Simonson. President Gable, would you like to respond or comment on Regent Simonson's remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to thank him and say that I totally agree. Looking forward to it too.
Thank you. Others who would like to speak to the system-wide strategic plan?
Mr. Chair, Regent Hsu.
Regent Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering if we could get an explanation of why we're rushing the approval of the strategic plan to this meeting. And what changes have been made since we last discussed the strategic plan.
I will comment on your first point. I believe this is the third time that we've reviewed the detail and the structure of the strategic plan, and we've had very thorough discussions, and we felt it was very appropriate to get it approved today so we can then move on in our July retreat to start to work on the implementation and measurement of the plan. And as to changes since we last met, I think President Gable commented on a few of those, and President Gable, if you'd like to further elaborate on other changes, the floor would be yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll note that this is the date for the presentation of the final plan that has been the timeline intended date from the very beginning. We have followed that timeline to a T every step of the way and have included the timeline in every presentation that we've made to every consultative group and to this board. So I'm not sure why this is a rush, but there have been a few changes since the last time we met. In response to some notation around some of the word choice and the meaning behind those word choices, we have lined up the action verbs so that there's clarity and consistency throughout the plan. We have edited the student success goal 2 from changed strength and career readiness and placement to strength and career readiness and outcomes. In mentor sections, we have changed goal 1 from deepen impact in core areas of strength to now deepen impact in core areas of strength, including solutions, cures, and technology. Under community and belonging in goal 3, we changed drive mutually beneficial relationships with underserved communities, as well as strategic partners to enhance society and access to higher education, to drive mutually beneficially relationships with underserved local communities and strategic partners to enhance society, access to higher education, and safe campus environments. And under fiscal stewardship, we established a system-wide tuition-free program for low-income families to increase aid targeted to students with demonstrated need. These are all direct responses, more editorially, to reflect feedback from this board during the last meeting. They are not material changes in our opinion. They simply more accurately reflect what we described we would be doing and in consultation with this body. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, President Gable. Regent Hsu, other questions or comments?
Yes, I'll just reiterate some comments that I've had in the past. I I really think that as a strategic plan, this plan is lacking in things that would really make us special. If you change the name of this plan, it would work for almost any other institution in terms of comparable institution in terms of size. And I was really hoping for some things that would actually help differentiate us as we are going to move into a more competitive world in terms of higher education. And lastly, I would just say that we've lived through 8 years without a strategic plan. We've been working on a strategic plan for 3 years. I'd say this is better than what we had before, but not as good as it could be. And I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. President Gable, would you like to respond or elaborate on Regent Hsu's comments?
I'll defer, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, President Gable. Others, regents who would like to comment or have questions of the president?
Mr. Chair, we have a number. Regents Kenyanya, Rocha, McMillan, Herr, Beeson, Davenport.
Regent Kenyanya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My question was actually mentioned by the president in reference to the changes. Madam President, could you speak more to the change under fiscal stewardship? I know you said that the changes are more elaborations than material. That one appears material to me. In terms of changing establish the system-wide tuition-free program to targeted aid, and was that a direct result of our previous conversation, or if you could just speak more to that change specifically, I'd appreciate it.
President Gable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regent Kenyanya, this change was in response to the request of Regent Rocha to be more broad in the language. Does not mean we would not work towards, and are not. We are in fact working towards a system-wide tuition-free program for low-income families, but it is not the only thing we're working on in order to create programs that allow for students to be able to pursue their education without financial barrier. And so we've expanded the language so that we could reflect a more inclusive and broader approach.
Regent Kenyanya?
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for the clarification, and that we're still working towards that. And I see what you mean there, that there's other programs beyond that one that are necessary and needed. I think that answers my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Regent Kenyanya. I believe next on the list is Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is novel from my perspective. I'm kind of falling in somewhat of the same category as my colleague Regent Hsu in being a bit surprised that this is in front of us for approval in this format. The challenge that I have is that, as some of other members of the board, and I'll let people speak for themselves, but have talked about looking for a roadmap for helping us, guiding us in budget decisions and so on and so forth. I feel like where we are right now is just a little bit broad in that respect. I appreciate some of the modifications that have been made, but to my mind, I think that making very clear statements about our role, whether it's with the agricultural community, whether rural community, whether it's addressing specific expectations with underserved communities across the state of various categories. I think that that's helpful. I think that sort of making our mark in areas of technology, research, and so on and so forth, that is, I think, really helpful. I'm also very concerned about the need for more clarity as we go forward with our campuses around the state. I'm disinclined to just simply say, well, you tell us. I shouldn't say it that way because it makes it sound like that's what someone said, but I'm disinclined to just sort of look to the campuses to give us their strategic plan. I think it has to be a very integrated system conversation to ensure that not only is there an understanding of what's going on, but the resources can be provided to ensure that we have success across the system and maximize that return. That being said, and again, I was surprised that this was to be in front of us for action in present form. I did have an opportunity to visit with the chair and talk about the expectation of the next phase of the planning, of getting some more of that detail, and that is really going to be an opportunity. And I'll certainly let Mr. Chair, you can clarify if I misunderstood, but that process of discussion is going to get us into some more of that sort of detail, not necessarily a decision by decision roadmap as this defines itself as not being, but to give us certainly as members of this board more clarity on where we've established priorities in order to work with the administration and make sure that the administration has the resources necessary to achieve those priorities in making the university continuing the university down the path of as the critical land grant institution of the state. So I'm going to vote for it today, but I have strong expectations that we will be able to get to some more of that clarity as we go forward, because in its present form, I don't know that it does give that ability for the board to communicate to outside constituencies, legislature, and so on, that this is what they can expect us to achieve over the next 5 years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Regent Rocha, for those good comments. President Gable, would you like to respond? I think there were a number of comments and remarks, with a concluding remark on clarification around priorities and work that comes next, and perhaps you'll want to just elaborate a bit on that.
Mr. Chair, I think a strategic plan accomplishes several things. One is that it creates an architecture for storytelling what the university is prioritizing from a narrative point of view as a large, complex institution. I believe this plan does that. It lists our priorities. It describes our distinction and our contribution to the state and how we're inspired by the state in a distinctive way. It hopefully then fulfills its second component, which is to be inspiring to our entire campus community as they channel their work, as they think about their own choices about what they might do or not do, what they might do first or what they might do second. And then the third is it gives us the foundation for developing an accountability and a transparency around what we are getting done or are not getting done. As we have discussed from the very beginning, that last component of accountability comes with the update of the maroon and gold measures into a new dashboard, which we have said all along would be a separate step undertaken or at least launched at the retreat, that then becomes the metrics and measures so that we can build on the values and descriptive of the strategic plan into the measurable outcomes component.
All right. Thank you, President Gable. Regent Rocha?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments and we can, it sounds like we're going to continue this conversation on how to create that clarity. So I'll just reserve any additional thought till the next round. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Rocha. Mr. Steves, I think we have Regent Mayron next. Is that correct?
Regent Mayron is on the list. We have Regent McMillan, Herb Beeson are the next three.
All right, Regent McMillan.
Thank you, Chair Powell, and thank you, President Gable, one, for continuing to keep this a priority when the opportunities for it to be derailed and deflected and literally blown up were many. And so I appreciate you keeping it moving. I think it's largely a sense of expectations as to whether getting the framework and the architecture done now will facilitate the execution and the rest of the framing of this better, or if some would like to wait to have this approved until there's more of that detail and more of the external elements of the framework are put together. I personally think that getting it advanced today and creating the framework, I think President Gable used the word architecture. I like that. That's the underpinnings of it, and now the hard work continues, and I'm looking forward to that. I have extremely high expectations about the engagement of the board and the leadership of the president in terms of how we flush out the rest of what those priorities really turn into on a campus by campus, college by college basis. We've talked at length, or not at length, but we've all expected the metrics piece of it, the maroon and gold, and I think that'll be a really good and valuable exercise. And then picking up, I think Regent Roche and I have been pretty similar along these lines. It has to ultimately, coming into a new biennial budget process and at this time next year, give us the framework and the architecture for resource allocation that matches the priorities and underpins the metrics that we choose. And to me, without this framework at this point, we could still be talking, loosely about things next May. And I'm actually glad that the president's advanced it at this point, so that we can get to some more concrete conversations as the next biennial budget comes together. And I'm quite confident, sadly, that we will still be resource challenged when that comes, given the things that the state is dealing with. So having a roadmap that helps us allocate scarce resources across virtually unlimited demands is just vitally important. So I applaud the work to date, and I recognize and commit myself to the work that lies ahead as we fill in the framework or build out the architecture, whichever of those analogies works best for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent McMillan, for that comment. Regent Her.
Yes, thank you. I do see the changes in the strategic plan, so I want to thank President Gable for being responsive to our comments and making the changes as necessary. I do believe that the staff did their part in the development of the strategic plan. And now I challenge the board to actually do our part of the strategic plan, which is to be the visionary and the big picture. So with that, I think, I've been part of many strategic plans, and the nuts and bolts, the goals, the objectives, and the actions are boring. What people are looking for is what ties all of this in, and I think that comes in the communication plan, and when this is all done, how that's going to be spent, how that's going to be upheld, how that's going to be embraced, and I think that's where the board has a big responsibility. And then the second point that I wanted to make is that when I'm looking at the goals and the actions, I do see that I don't want it to be where we're just looking at what is being done right now and putting them into nice categories that we have right here and saying, okay, things that we're doing right now fits into these categories, so we're going to continue. I do want to challenge the administration and the staff to think, here's some of the things that we do. It fits here, but then what are also new opportunities? What are other things that we're doing? So I would like to maybe at the board retreat or some discussion in the future of what are some of the new elements or some of the things that will get us to ultimately the big picture, the big vision that we want for the university that now paints that whole picture. So that's sort of where I am, really trying to challenge the administration and the staff to say, here are the 5 nice categories, here's what we're doing, it fits in, so then we're satisfied, but to always, push ourselves to add to that. So those are my thoughts and those are my comments. And so I thank you, President Gable, for your work, and looking forward to, implementing the strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Her, for those comments. President Gable, I heard, kind of commentary about bigger picture opportunities for innovation within the plan. Would you like to respond to some of the good commentary from Regent Her?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just that I agree, and that I think that there are several things that are being explored that are percolating that we would expect to bring forward during a conversation that's more retreat-like to brainstorm, and have been eagerly awaiting that opportunity to use this architecture in that way.
All right. Thank you, President Gable. Regent Beeson. I think you're on mute, Regent Beeson.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and President Gable. I'm going to support the plan. I'm going to remind our colleagues, though, that, you know, I've mentioned that my preference would have been to wait on this until the president had more time behind her. I think the board's had fatigue around this for 3 years, and this does check the box. It's not, I think the boldness will come through the implementation and some of the things she's working on, but it's it's not bad that the architecture is a reaffirmation of what we've been working on. The change will be so that the pace of change and some of the ideas that come up, I do get that, but it doesn't have a big tagline associated with it, and it doesn't have to, but it is a little different. But this is the time, you know, we created this sort of compressed timeline on, and so we can't really expect more than what is essentially a general architecture design. So again, I'll support this. I think we talked about this. I think we're ready to hit the ground running and work on the implementation. I think the president's got some specific ideas around what that might be. She wants to bounce them off the board, and we need to engage on those and then set goals behind it, because goals drive behaviors and drive performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Beeson. Good comments, President Gable. I think you're hearing that kind of a common theme. Do you want to comment or?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regent Beeson, yes, we there are bold ideas. But we're sequencing in the creation of the platform under which we would decide whether we want to advance those ideas or not. That we need this step in order to have a shared vocabulary and rubric for evaluating those bold ideas. This is the nature or the methodology that we've employed in advancing this plan.
Thank you, President Gable. Regent Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and President Gable. I speak also in support of the plan. I do think it reflects the core elements necessary to move the university into the future. I'm looking forward to the next steps where the innovation and the solutions roll out through the front lines. And I'm looking forward to some aggressive outcomes, setting budget priorities and accountability measures, getting those delineated and having a role in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Davenport. Thanks for that comment. Mr. Steeves, anyone else who would like to comment?
Mr. Chair, we have Regents Mayron and Swigum on the list.
All right, Regent Mayron.
Thank you. I too will support this plan, and I want to thank President Gable for staying on task. I believe President Gable, you have done exactly what you were asked to do in the timeline that we asked you to do it. And I'm very pleased to see that we are now actually having what I think is going to end up being an excellent strategic plan that will direct the university into the future. I recognize that each one of us come from other boards that we participated on, where I'm confident that we were involved in the development of strategic plans. That development may have looked different than how it developed here for the university, but I think the steps that we are taking and the order that we are taking them is absolutely appropriate for an organization with the size and breadth of the University of Minnesota. So the fact that it doesn't look like other strategic plans that I've been involved in only says to me different strokes for different folks. And this is very appropriate for the University of Minnesota. I do look forward, as my colleagues have expressed, to the next steps when the rubber hits the road and we begin to roll out actually what this is all going to look like for us on a going forward basis. So I'm very supportive of the plan and the timeline in which you brought it to us. I too am find it incredulous, and there were conversations I had with President Gable saying, you know, if you need to hit the pause button on the strategic plan as a result of all of your time and energy that you and the administration are devoting to the COVID-19 crisis, everyone will understand. And you said, no, we're going forward. So kudos to you and your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Mayron. Regent Swigum.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. On the heels of Regent Mayron's comments, mine were much the same. I want to compliment the president and her staff for keeping on task, for developing this plan in light of the significant concerns and issues that have arisen during the last year. To members, it's been 2 or 3 years coming. We had a retreat in Cloquet. We reviewed the plan last month. It sure seems to me that it's time for action, for approval, and then we can get on to the most important part of it, the delivery and the measurements of our goals. And as we approve this plan today, as we move forward for our university system, Madam President, let me just say, and I've mentioned this a few times, that let's not forget our other sibling in higher education, public higher education in Minnesota, and that be Minnesota State. And as we move forward with our system plan for our 5 campuses, let's do what we can to cooperate and collaborate with Minnesota State and their plan as we try to deliver higher education to our students in Minnesota. I'll just end there, and job well done, Madam President.
Thank you, Regent Swigum. President Gable, you heard some good comments, a specific comment on Minnesota State. Spark any reflections or commentary from you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Regent Swigum. As this board knows, I've been very grateful and have enjoyed getting to know Chancellor Maholtra and working with his leadership team, and also the two of us together, working with the legislature and with Commissioner Olson. I think that there are several really wonderful opportunities for us to collaborate in ways that make the institutions better and make the way that we serve the state better. And leaning into my previous remarks, that giving us some architecture is a nice way for us to frame those forward-looking plans.
Thank you, President Gable. Mr. Steeves, others wishing to speak?
Mr. Chair, I have no one else on the list at this point.
All right. Well, thank you. Well, I will just conclude by also thanking President Gable for completing the plan, under incredibly challenging circumstances, bringing it on time. I'm one of those who believes that the structure and framework and architecture, as it's been referred to, that the architecture of the plan will really help us a lot, will really help shape our future discussions. But I also think it's clear to the president that the board has expressed a strong desire to see, innovative implementation, bold implementation, supplemented with very clear metrics. I think that theme comes through clearly, and I know that she's listening to that. So with that, I will ask Mr. Steeves to call the roll on the motion to approve the system-wide strategic plan.
On the system-wide strategic plan, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Herr.
Yes.
Regent Herr votes yes. Regent Hsu. Regent Hsu.
I think you're muted, Regent Hsu.
No.
Regent Hsu votes no. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 11 in favor and 1 opposed.
11-1, the University of Minnesota system-wide strategic plan is approved. Thank you all very much for a good discussion, and thank you, President Gable. Mr. Steves, I would propose now that we take a break. And let's take a 10-minute break. We'll meet back here just a few minutes after 10 and move on to the other items on the agenda. So we'll meet back in 10 minutes.
Hello? Hello, anybody?
Mr. Chair, whenever you're ready to start, we can begin the live feed again, and then we can get going. You're muted at this point.
How's that? Can you hear me now?
I can. Yep.
All right. Yeah, let's go back to the live feed. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We are the Board of Regents at the University of Minnesota. We are back in session following that break. We're moving on to item 10 on our agenda, which is strategies for enhancing diversity and inclusion. This year, you'll all recall the board and President Gabel identified as one of our top priorities, and I'll read this from our list of priorities, to deepen institutional understanding of pathways to greater faculty, staff, and student diversity and inclusion, and identify specific strategies across the university system. Earlier this year, we discussed faculty diversity and inclusion. Today, we will address students, and in the fall, we will have a conversation about staff diversity and inclusion. These discussions were on our work plan well before recent events, and they were and they remain vitally important, now more than ever. The university must lead by example in creating an atmosphere of mutual respect, free of racism, prejudice, and injustice. Joining us are Michael Goh, Vice President, the Office for Equity and Diversity, Michael Rodriguez, Associate Dean and Professor, Department of Educational Psychology in the College of Education and Human Development, and Richard Lee, Associate Chair for Research, Department of Psychology in the College of Liberal Arts. Those will be the three presenters. President Gable, would you like to provide some opening comments?
Thank you, Chair Powell, Vice Chair Swigum, and members of the board. Today's presentation is very timely, especially in relation to your approval of the system-wide strategic plan a few moments ago. The university is anchored in advancing community and belonging. It is one of the 5 core commitments in the newly approved system strategic plan. And more specifically, building off of our conversation in February around faculty diversity and inclusion, we're committed to enhancing student diversity and inclusion and building a welcoming community where everyone feels a strong sense of belonging, where equity and diversity are promoted, including through increased representation, and where dignity in people and ideas is respected. And through these words, ideas, and actions, we strive to ensure that all students, faculty, and staff see themselves in the actions of our institution and feel safe as a result. Back when I made my inaugural address as president in September, I said we will take leaps when needed and incremental steps as necessary, but we will work together to ensure that each step, however large or small, moves us forward. And I see this conversation as a key part of that process. Before I turn it over to the team to continue the presentation, I want to thank Michael Go and his team and all of the administrative faculty, staff, and student leadership, some of whom you'll hear from in a moment, for all they do to advance greater equity and diversity across the university and beyond. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, President Gable. And so we'll turn it over now to presenters. I'm not sure which order you're going to go in, but so please, briefly just say who's who, and off we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Powell, Vice Chair Swigum, President Gable, members of the board. I'm pleased to be here with 2 of my colleagues, College of Education and Human Development Associate Dean for Undergraduate Education, Diversity, International Initiatives, and Campbell Leadership Chair in Education and Human Development, Professor Michael Rodriguez. And I'm also joined by College of Liberal Arts Distinguished McKnight University Professor and Associate Chair for Research, Professor Richard Lee. We are here to speak to you about the important topic of student diversity, and I appreciate the remarks, opening remarks by President Gable and Chair Powell. In February, we presented to you on faculty diversity, and faculty and student diversity are indeed inextricably linked. For the 3 of us on the panel presenting today, this link between the personal and the professional is also inseparable. And I ask the board and the audience to kind of indulge me as I pause for a moment, because even as we were enthusiastically and eagerly preparing for this presentation, I would say twice, maybe postponed, it landed, as we all now know, at a very interesting time in our moment. And it's a moment I want to center us on and even reflect upon and pause. Because we cannot talk about today's topic about student diversity without centering on how the murder of an innocent Black man, too many innocent Black lives, has affected our diverse student body and community, and revealed the ongoing scars of historic, ongoing systemic racism, anti-Blackness inside and outside of our university. It has caused, I think, the 3 of us, even on the panel, to reflect the remarks and the presentation today and how we have adjusted accordingly. I am, for example, if you allow me some reflection personally, a counseling psychologist, and I became one because I wanted to help people. What is considered helpful today in this circumstance, I question, and I am open to critique. I have been a professor of multicultural counseling, intercultural education for 25 years now. And our ability to train, educate on anti-Black, anti-racist, intercultural matters is appropriately questioned as well. I took on this role 2 years ago to be Vice President for Equity and Diversity, and I take those 2 words in my title, equity and diversity, very seriously. COVID-19, for example, has demonstrated how health disparities disproportionately affected many of our students in our marginalized communities, And now our ability to be a diverse community is before us as our campuses struggle to get through this pain and this suffering. I am, however, hopeful and grateful that at the University of Minnesota, we try to live by our vision that equity and diversity is indeed everybody's everyday work. It is embedded in our mission statement and now our system-wide strategic plan. I've already engaged many of you, I mean, provosts, president, regents, faculty, staff, students, who have deep insights and expertise on these issues. And I welcome others who have ideas because I know that the best is yet to be. I also know and appreciate the comments from Chair Powell, President Gable, FCC Chair Amy Pittenger earlier, and the leadership at the university, our Board of Regents, as expressed in earlier comments, and I know that we're all trying to do our utmost to listen and act. I reiterate from a statement I made earlier that George Floyd's final words force us to confront graphic and undeniable evidence of systemic racism and violence against Black communities, and our students don't want us to look away. We cannot afford more Black lives to be lost. They may be our students, our faculty, and our staff. We stand ready to support President Gable's plans moving forward. We thank Jal Karandi, President of Minnesota Student Association, and the many students, staff, faculty, alumni, community members who are advocating and calling for immediate and swift action. Chair Powell and members of the board, I thank you for your indulgence, as I felt we could not launch into this topic without acknowledging the pain that is very real for our students and our campus communities across the system. I also add my sincere respect for each one of you on this board, as some comments today will be made because they emerge from our lived experiences as panelists, but I don't want these comments to be misunderstood as trying to point a finger at anyone, but I know that we share our intention of moving forward positively together. So we're addressing this topic to the board, but also I understand hundreds of community members that are tuned in. So back to our panelists. As part of the faculty diversity at this great university, we on this panel represent diverse identities, not all the diverse identities that are represented at the university. We also represent many firsts. First to go to college, first full professor in psychology for Professor Lee, first full professor of color for me in the case of my department. In this diversity as well, the three of us do share one thing in common. We were all once students of color, student diversity. In our presentations today, you will hear some of our stories and how it informs the way we approach attracting students of diverse backgrounds to higher education and how to help them thrive. My own experience of higher education started in 1986 with a racial slur thrown at me on my very second day on the Indiana University Bloomington campus. The incidents that followed through my educational journey and even as a professor are too many to share here. The difference, however, is that no matter all the racial microaggressions I've encountered, including my own encounters with law enforcement, I am here today alive, but George Floyd is dead. I understand, therefore, the fear that our Black students are crying out for attention, and our Black faculty and our staff, and why they want us to take action. Our lived experiences as students of color, as panelists in undergraduate and graduate education are forever embedded in our identities now as professors. Hence, I appreciate that Professor Rodriguez and Professor Lee will also touch on how COVID-19 and the killing of George Floyd impact our students in general and our Black and underrepresented students in particular. Next slide, please. On this slide, you will see how we think about student diversity in the larger system-wide strategic plan. President Gable has shown her commitment to diversity and student diversity specifically in her system-wide strategic plan that was just presented and approved. In Commitment 4, Community and Belonging, the university commits to fostering a welcoming community that values belonging, equity, diversity, and dignity in people and ideas. We are charged with meeting 3 goals: recruiting, retaining diverse talent, cultivating a welcoming and inclusive campus climate, and advancing understanding and nurturing enduring partnerships. Student diversity is not the sole responsibility of any one office. This work is done in partnership with admissions, undergraduate education, enrollment management, the graduate school, professional schools, departmental admission, decision makers, student affairs, advisors, and through efforts like the Multicultural Student Success Committee. We know, as we earlier presented to the board, SERU qualitative data, that students link representational diversity with feeling a sense of belonging on campus. As mentioned during our October presentation on campus climate, students from diverse backgrounds noted the difficulty of being the only person of their identity in spaces both inside and outside of the classroom. Said differently, students are asking the university to increase representational diversity as an important part of improving overall campus climate. Thus, the system-wide strategic plan recognizes the connection between representational diversity and campus climate and calls for action for us to recruit diverse students, staff, faculty, retain diverse students, faculty, and staff, and to reduce disparities among underrepresented groups. All of these bullets have been presented to the board. In February, Vice Provost and Dean for Undergrad Education, Bob McMaster, presented about enrollment with an emphasis on student diversity. Our admissions team, system-wide, prioritize and advance marketing and engagement strategies to reach the broadest of communities. Vice Provost McMaster and our system colleagues furthered that conversation in yesterday's system undergraduate enrollment management update to the board. There have been a lot of presentations about the numbers, and the numbers are important and must increase. Today, we felt it would be meaningful to address the heart and the how of student diversity, especially given our current circumstances, by sharing two more examples from faculty who represent the College of Education and Human Development and the College of Liberal Arts. There are many other examples across our system and even within the Twin Cities campuses. But we felt like these examples demonstrate how recruitment, student services, programs intersect and how they are enacted for student diversity. I will now turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Michael Rodriguez, who will discuss strategies for enhancing student diversity within the College of Education and Human Development. Michael?
Yes, thank you.
Welcome, Professor Rodriguez. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Powell. I appreciate that. And thank you, members of the board. Very happy to be here with you this morning. Spend a little bit of time this morning to talk about some strategies. But I'd like to start with just a quick, brief personal pathway. Vice President Go talked about how for so many of us, our personal and professional lives are really intertwined and interconnected. I am a fifth generation Minnesotan, and I'm the first in my family to go to college. I grew up on the east side of St. Paul in a house blessed with 4 generations of family members under the same roof. And because of after-school programs throughout the neighborhood and a relentless school counselor, I graduated from high school with a plan to go to college. I went to the Morris campus of the University of Minnesota for undergraduate. This is where I found a second home in the minority student program, which is now called the multi-ethnic student program. At Morris, I became quite involved, as many students do on the campus. I was the student representative to the Board of Regents as a sophomore. As a junior, I became student body president, and finally, I was co-chair of the University Student Senate. So I left Morris ready to take on the world. But instead of taking on the world, I decided to take on the Twin Cities campus, and I spent 1 year in the College of Education on the Twin Cities campus, and then I completed a master's degree at the Hubert H. Humphrey Institute of Public Affairs. At that point, I decided I want to work for the University of Minnesota. And I figured it would be better to complete my degree elsewhere. So I decided to leave. I went to Michigan State University. And of course, as you can see, the stars were aligned, and here I am. I just finished my 21st year with the faculty of the university, hopefully with many more years to come. About 6 years ago, with the support of President Kaler and the Jim and Carmen Campbell Leadership Chair, we established the Educational Equity Resource Center. Next slide, please. The Resource Center is a portal that helps us identify and provide access to individuals and programs addressing educational equity in a variety of ways. It provides a link to Experts at Minnesota, where we find over 140 researchers across the university doing this work. This graphic here shows an interactive map where we have mapped many of the education-focused programs that have an equity component
that were created by or in partnership with the university and are located in schools across the state of Minnesota. Each one of those little flags is an interactive link providing access to programs in schools. Each one of those flags is located in a Minnesota school district. We have to be mindful of our role, and Vice President Go also spoke about this a little bit. University of Minnesota is a research-intensive R1 institution. We're also a land-grant institution. We play multiple roles in the state of Minnesota: economic engine, thought leader. We undertake basic research and translational research, directly informing practice and policy. We prepare future faculty, policymakers, teachers, artists, musicians, professionals in many areas. And we do this all in a very dramatically changing environment and communities. Minnesota continues to become more diverse. In the last 10 years, the population of people of color in Minnesota has increased 5 times as fast as the white population. All regions of the state of Minnesota are becoming more racially and ethnically diverse. Next slide, please. In CEHD, we have a special focus on first-generation college students. This fall, nearly 19% of first-year students at the University of Minnesota were first-gen. Being first-gen is more than being the first in your family to go to college. It's also an experience of a power differential, since first-generation students and their families are not part of the college network. First-gen students cannot fall back on their family's know-how or experiences of how to access resources and get things done at the university. We don't grow up at the dinner table hearing stories about the college days and how we got things done. For many of us, we make it up as we go and oftentimes fall further behind because of the many hurdles we face without knowing the know-how, the inside knowledge, experience, and practices. First-gen students also often define their own success in terms of the success of their families and communities, so are driven to maintain strong ties to family and community. It's a key to our success. At the University of Minnesota, we don't have a formal support structure for first-generation students. We do have programs and we have people in place. We have a developing first-gen institute in CEHD with the support of a steering committee from members across campus and including Crookston. The next first-gen institute will be a virtual event on November 6th. And I'll make sure we provide access to that information for members of the board. Next slide, please. Today, I'm really happy to briefly describe a sample of CEHD college level programming focused on enhancing equity, diversity, and inclusion. I'll start with TRIO programs. We have TRIO Upward Bound. This is a continually funded program since 1966. One of the longest funded programs serving low-income first-generation students. University staff and students work with 118 Minneapolis high school students annually, providing tutoring, additional courses in the summer, college planning and access supports, creating cohorts of families that produce strong college completion rates, many of whom attend the University of Minnesota. We also have TRIO Student Support Services. This is also a legacy program on our campus. When the recently submitted grant proposal is reviewed and renewed, Student Support Services will be a 50-year continually federally funded program serving some of our students with the greatest needs. Student Support Services, in collaborations with our college student services and with the admissions office centrally, admits 140 students each year and provides a comprehensive program of supports. Over 90% of these students are students of color, nearly all first generation, about 50% non-native English speakers, and they're Minnesota residents. We have the TRIO McNair program, a program in its 29th year that seeks to increase doctoral program applications, matriculation, and degree attainment by underrepresented, income-eligible, and first-generation college students. McNair provides undergraduate students with intensive research experiences with a U of M faculty researcher mentor throughout a summer program that culminates in a research presentation event. Many of those posters that McNair students create have led to national and international conference presentations and publications. As one of my McNair mentees did just a few years ago, he presented his work at an international conference in Vancouver. These three TRIO programs are aligned with the Board of Regents resolution on diversity to enhance the admission pipeline, improve four-year graduation rates, engage students in research, and promote access and success in graduate and professional schools. We have a number of other activities in CHD. As many of the colleges do, we have a comprehensive first-year education program, a first-year experience program. This includes, as a core component of our program, a first-year inquiry course that is taken by all first-year students. This provides a strong common experience to promote the success of all of our students. Part of that first-year inquiry course is a common book, and it's also part of the CEHD Reads program, where the entire college is invited to read. Our book this year is Make Your Home Among Strangers by Janine Capot-Crusette. It is a novel about the daughter of Cuban immigrants living in Miami, the first in her family to graduate from high school, as she begins her college career at a very elite college. And she faces the competing poles between life at college and her family's needs, a family through which she defines herself. This first-year experience program and first-year inquiry course has been touted by students as one of the most important experiences they have. We have a program called Multiple Pathways to Teaching. It's actually a set of residency-based teacher education programs. These programs engage school districts in collaboration to identify school staff who could participate in a concentrated teacher preparation program while working in the district. One of these programs is called Grow Your Own. Our Grow Your Own teacher program enrolls 50% of the future teachers in that program are future teachers of color. There's also an AmeriCorps partnership through Multiple Pathways that reaches into rural school districts across Minnesota. Another program is a Teacher Scholars of Color program. This is designed specifically to recruit a diverse cohort of teacher candidates, and it provides them with access to community or school-based mentors of color and opportunities to collaborate, connect. There's another program that I didn't put on the list, but it's an important one. It's a really unique program in the country. We have a program called Common Ground Consortium. It's a program that was designed in 1989 through a grant from the Bush Foundation to recruit and enroll students from historically Black colleges and universities, students who may not have otherwise considered graduate school. The Common Ground Consortium provides 4 years of support with an advisor and research mentor, monthly cohort meetings, and a community of Black graduate students. One of the reasons it's called Common Ground Consortium is because these historically Black colleges and universities are also land-grant institutions, as we are in Minnesota. Next slide, please. We know that relationship-rich environments are required for student success and are critical for the success of minoritized and first-generation students. Cognitive development, academic success, and social and emotional learning are intertwined. This is an area of research of mine. They are inseparable. Our students are developing in many ways. We cannot be successful with cognitive and academic development while ignoring identity, social, cultural, and emotional development. The relationships students have with their peers, instructors, and staff are key in all of these areas of development. And these relationships have been disrupted because of COVID-19. We now have to go about reestablishing these relationships if we are going to properly support our students and meet their needs in the coming year. These are all means to redesign institutions and policies that are inherently inequitable. Our School of Public Health states, and I quote this from the website, racism is a central moral, political, and public health challenge, as deadly as any disease. Racism denies human rights. Racism wounds and kills spiritually and physically. It has wasted people's talents, aspirations, passions for good, and denied them the freedom in which their lives might otherwise have thrived. Racism becomes a cultural norm of the majority woven into the fabric of institutions, unquote. Some scholars argue that racism permeates much of what we do and who we are, but it is malleable. This sample of CHD programs and practices illustrates how we as faculty, staff, and students in a community act to help correct the underlying conditions that have brought us here. Although the governor claimed last week that there are some institutions of higher education in Minnesota that graduated 0 teachers of color, in our most recent report of graduates last year, we graduated 59 teachers of color, 18% of our graduating cohort, and we are enrolling more teachers of color than ever. We are now creating new pathways with Minnesota tribal colleges, which are our sister land-grant institutions in Minnesota. For graduates who are seeking ways to complete their education, all 4 tribal colleges in Minnesota are 2-year schools. The efforts have been started with conversations around the creation of Indigenous language early childhood education programs, a deep need in Native communities. We continue to explore ways to redesign practices, policies, and institutions. Our Center of Educational Technology Innovations is expanding access to evidence-based tools and interventions through apps and online tools for K-12 schools. K-12 schools also have similar challenges with respect to equity, diversity, and inclusion. We are creating deeper partnerships with the Minneapolis and St. Paul school districts, with the Minnesota Department of Education, and through the support of the Minneapolis Foundation as one example, and our unofficial spokesperson, R.T. Ryback, who's a big booster of CEHD. We're supporting new initiatives with the Association of Metropolitan School District Superintendents and the Governor's Office. And on top of all of this, let me say on behalf of the College of Education and Human Development, we can still do more. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rodriguez. I think what we'll do is work our way through all of it. Vice President Go, and then have the discussion, or how would you like to proceed?
Yes, Professor Lee will present next first, and then we'll take questions and discussion.
Thank you. Professor Lee.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today, Chair Powell, President Gable, and the full Board of Regents. If you could advance the slide, please. Like Dr. Go and Dr. Rodriguez, I'm here to share some strategies for enhancing diversity and inclusion with students. But like others, I want to begin with the police killing of George Floyd and acknowledge the ways in which our local communities have come together to not only demand justice for Mr. Floyd and his family, but more importantly, to work toward dismantling systemic racism and addressing longstanding inequities and disparities in this state. This sense of community, this urgency to create change, and this commitment to doing what is right, these are the same strategic aims that are needed for students to succeed here at the U of M. Let me tell you first a bit about myself so you know where I am coming from. Like many immigrant stories, mine begins with parents who immigrated from South Korea and settled in Connecticut more than 50 years ago. Much like Minnesota, Connecticut was and still remains predominantly white and well off. But there are also, has always been, racial segregation and racial disparities. It was here that I learned to keep my head down when whites made racist comments, physically threatened my family, and planted a burnt blackened cross in our front yard. But keeping your head down puts a tremendous strain on our bodies and mind, individually and collectively. So it was in this context that I made my way through school. And by high school, I struggled to find myself as one of the only racial minorities. While academically successful, I nevertheless endured prejudice and discrimination in and outside of school, and ended up feeling more and more frustrated, misunderstood, and confused. By the end of my junior year, I was asked to not return to school for my senior year. I had been kicked out. But by sheer luck, I got accepted into a small liberal arts college a year early. And I began college without a high school diploma or even a GED. I had somehow found a way in, even though I didn't have the right paperwork. Yet getting in was only half the battle. I still had to learn how to navigate an educational system that was completely foreign to my family. My parents had not gone to college, and both my brothers had dropped out of college. But college transformed me like it transformed so many students at the U of M today. What helped were faculty members who offered life advice, supervised my research, and pushed me to see the value of doing work that benefited society. What helped me was a student affairs unit dedicated to providing students of color with the resources to succeed. What helped me were friendships with other immigrant and first generation and working class students from diverse racial backgrounds. Taken all together, I found a sense of community, and I felt I belonged. College also prepared me in unexpected ways. In classes, I learned not only the value of critical thinking, ethical reasoning, and strong communication skills, but also the value of social justice and community engagement. I learned what it meant to no longer keep my head down, but to stand up against racism and to fight for what is right and just. It was truly liberating. I learned to be proud to be Asian American and to not buy into the false belief that the only way to succeed was to assimilate into whiteness. In November of 1989, while I was in college, 2 world events reinforced these changes within me. The first was the fall of communism, highlighted by the collapse of the Berlin Wall. And the second was the murder of 6 Jesuit priests by the Salvadorian army because of their teaching of liberation theology and the work with the poor and disenfranchised. My college experiences and the events in the world around me at the time left me feeling a sense of community and also ready to make a change and a commitment to do what is right. Just as today, the protesters out on the streets of Minneapolis and St. Paul feel. A sense of community, an urgency to create change, and a commitment to doing what's right. These are the strategic aims that are needed for students to succeed here at the U of M. And the University of Minnesota focused on these same 3 strategies 75 years ago, when the university radically transformed into the large public research university that it is today. After World War II, the University of Minnesota saw an influx of military veterans, many from rural farming communities who benefited from the GI Bill. Back then, E.G. Williamson was a professor of psychology and dean of students at the university. In fact, the Office of Admissions building is named after him. Williamson played a pivotal role in helping these war-traumatized military veteran students, most of whom were the first to go to college and their families, to help them succeed at Minnesota and across all colleges and universities in the nation. Most notably, he established Student Affairs Services, the first in the country, that provided students with a sense of community. He also developed an approach to working with students, what's now known as the Minnesota Point of View, that helps students identify their strengths and assets so they can feel empowered to find their place in society, to create change, commit to doing what is right for the greater good of society. This greatest generation and their children, the baby boomers, have done remarkably well because of Williamson's educational innovations. And so the greatest generation and the protesters out on the streets today are not that different from each other or from me or you. We all experience and want others to experience a sense of community, an urgency to create change, and a commitment to doing what's right. These are the strategies and aims that the university must renew to best serve the next generation. Today, the Office for Equity and Diversity and departments like African American Studies, Asian American Studies, Chicano Studies, and American Indian Studies now employ the same strategies and aims to best serve and educate the new generation of students facing barriers and challenges similar to those by military veterans in the past. Did you know that the University of Minnesota is an Asian American, Native American, Pacific Islander serving institution designated as such by the Department of Education because of its large Asian American student population with a majority from low-income backgrounds? And as an Anapanese school, the university received a large DOE grant to increase student services and courses relevant to Asian American students. Students from immigrant and refugee backgrounds, from low-income and first-generation families, they are finding a sense of community through these outreach efforts, opportunities to create change through public engagement, and a commitment to doing what's right as learned through their Asian American Studies courses. All our students, especially our students of color, deserve these kinds of student resources and educational opportunities. In fact, we need to increase them. Next slide, please. I came to Minnesota in 2000 as an assistant professor in psychology. And as Dr. Go mentioned, it's a personal badge of honor, but also I have to admit a departmental badge of shame that I'm the first US-born racial minority to be promoted to full professor in the 100-plus year history in the Department of Psychology. In fact, we've never had an African-American psychology professor in our department's history. Now more than ever, it is needed. Our faculty must reflect not only our student population, but our nation's racial diversity. And in the next 20 to 30 years, the United States will become a majority-minority country, meaning the majority of Americans will not be white. fact, this is already the case for American children under 18 years old. Our faculty must reflect this diversity. In psychology, we have the largest major on campus with over 1,500 diverse undergraduate majors. And these students are racially diverse. And I was hired to make the department feel smaller for these 1,500 students by teaching freshman seminars with an enrollment cap of 20. And for 20 years, I've taught freshman seminars on Asian American psychology and more recently on race relations in society. I've always had 80 to 90% students of color in this course. And for most, it was the first time in their lives that they've been in a class with so many other students of color and with a professor of color. Here, students are able to connect their own life experiences with what we know from psychological research. We need more such classes for students of color to help them feel like they belong here. I also have maintained an active research lab for students of color to engage in research on issues that speak directly to their lived experiences as minorities. And through this lab, I've mentored hundreds of students, most of whom are students of color. We need more faculty to offer students of color relevant research opportunities so they can engage in what matters to them. We also recognize the need for individual departments to increase opportunities and services to our students and to respond rapidly to current events. In recent years, our department supported the creation of new student groups for Black psychology students and international students who have often felt marginalized in our department. More recently, we launched a longitudinal study to document the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the university community of color. We've created new undergraduate courses on the psychology of pandemics and are increasing the number of courses focused on diversity, science, and psychology. We also hosted the first of a series of town hall meetings to build a sense of community in our department and to address longstanding racial inequities and disparities. Our department's new strategic plan prioritizes increasing diversity in faculty, courses, and outreach. And although there's a hiring freeze, we specifically requested to hire a scholar on health disparities in African American communities. By hiring one is not sufficient. Departments and colleges must be able to make cluster hires so faculty of color are not tokens or feel alone. Finally, I want to briefly highlight one of our many programs in the department that's particularly relevant to understanding the college experiences and successes of students of color. Our aim is to develop a sense of community through a more positive campus climate and an academic pipeline that will help grow the next generation of scholars. The Diversity in Psychology program was developed 5 years ago as a response to the growing realization that our graduate programs do not reflect the diversity in society and as such are not best serving the next generation. Diversity in Psychology is a 2.5-day event that brings 20 to 30 students from around the country to Minnesota. The goal of the program is threefold. First, we want to show students that the University of Minnesota and the Twin Cities are diverse and welcoming communities for students. Believe it or not, many still perceive Minnesota as a state that is known for being white and cold. Second, we inform students about the graduate admission process and how to develop strong applications for graduate school. Most of these students are first in their families to go to college, and the admissions process is a complete mystery. And third, we want students to envision themselves at Minnesota and to apply to our programs. We identify and select students who are among the best in the country, and many of them had not even put Minnesota on their radar. Next slide, please. Thus far, we've had around 130 prospective students attend Diversity in Psychology over the last 5 years. About 5 to 10 a year subsequently apply to one of our graduate programs. And our department has successfully admitted at least one in each of these years. Additionally, the Department of Educational Psychology and the Institute of Child Development have joined us in co-sponsoring this event the last few years, and similarly have been admitting students into their graduate programs through Diversity in Psychology. In all, about 10% of participants eventually come to Minnesota, although we do make offers to many more. All these students are thriving in our graduate programs, and most, if not all, would never have considered Minnesota were it not for this kind of outreach. Even when past participants do not choose Minnesota, they're getting into other top-ranked universities, thanks to the lessons learned in our diversity program. Next slide. Other departments in the College of Liberal Arts are now looking to replicate our successful program. And even more noteworthy, at least a dozen other universities have contacted us to learn more about our program success and have begun to offer similar recruitment programs. While diversity in psychology is far less ambitious than the educational innovations developed by E.G. Williamson to best serve military veterans after World War II, the aims are the same. We want to help students identify their strengths and assets so they can feel empowered to create change and commit to doing what is right, not only for themselves, but for the greater good of society. Next slide. But as our recent COVID-19 wellness survey of university students, staff, and faculty has revealed, there's still more work that needs to be done. What we have found is that students on campus do not necessarily feel safe and worry about discrimination against them. Asian American and African American students have reported that they are afraid to go outside. They are afraid to wear a face mask, even if it will protect them and others from infection. They are worried about being attacked, and we have proof. Asian Americans are being attacked in the Twin Cities because of increased xenophobia during the pandemic. And let's never forget the brutal killing of George Floyd by Minneapolis police officers, 2 of whom were recent graduates of the University of Minnesota. So I urge the Board of Regents to invest in all the ways in which we as a university can help our students of color today. They are truly our future. We've done it before with great success and can do it again. We can build a stronger community. There's an urgency to create change now. It is not only the right thing to do, it is the just thing to do. Thank you for your time.
Vice President Go, would you like to make some concluding comments, or should we open it up now to the board for discussion?
Thank you, Chair Powell. Just to say thank you to Professor Rodriguez and Professor Lee. It's not apparent, but both of them are actually more quantitative researchers. I'm the sole qualitative researcher here. But we all agreed that I think with all the numbers that the board tends to get, that the stories would be more meaningful in our discussion of student diversity today. But we are grateful for your indulgence, your listening, and we're ready for questions if there are any.
Thank you, Vice President Go. And I would just like to echo what you just said, which is the personal stories that we've heard here, I think are very, very powerful, and we need to hear them. But along with them, I thought we heard a good discussion of a number of initiatives that have been undertaken and that seem to be working, but it's also clear that there's more to do. So thanks to Professor Rodriguez and Lee for framing this so well. I'm sure that there are going to be a lot of questions and comments from Regents. Again, as a reminder, please use raise hand or text OBR staff if you want to speak. And Mr. Steves, if you could let me know as you have folks showing up on your list.
Mr. Chair, we have Regents Beeson, Davenport, and Simonson first up on the list.
All right, very good. Regent Beeson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, presenters. Vice President Go, thank you for all your leadership. And I certainly agree with the chair that these were really compelling personal stories and instructive in terms of the work going on in the department. Since you're both quantitative oriented professors, Lee and Rodriguez, I want to ask you about the issue that we've got on students of color who we have a high retention rate from year 1 to year 2, but after that it falls off precipitously. And we've been struggling with that. And one of the reasons we believe, or I've heard staff talk about, is the lack of campus housing for upper class students. But would you have opinions about why we struggle, why there's such a fall off for that cohort of students?
Vice President Go, why don't I leave it to you to, as these comments come in, to maybe navigate and decide among the three of you who would be best to respond.
Thank you, Chair Powell. And I welcome either Michael or Rich if you have comments.
Sure, this is Rich. I can say a few words. I agree that lack of housing and housing insecurity is an issue for many students, particularly those from lower income families. The other issue that we have found in our research is that the amount of family obligations that burden students of color is tremendous. And oftentimes these are students who are not only working 20, 30, sometimes full-time jobs, but they also are needing to care for their family and to provide services to their parents, many of whom are not English speaking. And so it's a tremendous burden and tax on them that makes it difficult for them to often also maintain their studies. And so I think part of what the university needs to do is work earlier with these students before they begin college to prepare them and to prepare their families and to provide a full wraparound services for these individuals, much as we do for student parents on campus, right? We have a student parent resource for students who have young children, and we provide additional wraparound services to make sure that those students do well in school. And I think similarly, we need to be able to better engage families, not just the students of color, to make sure that they're able to prioritize school and sort of also still make sure family needs are being met.
Thank you, Professor Lee. Regent Beeson, follow up, or are you good? I'll move on to Regent Davenport, and if Regent Beeson wants to come back on later, he can do that. Regent Davenport.
Thank you, Chair Powell, Vice President Go, Drs. Rodriguez and Lee. President Gable represents the voice of the university, and she does that on many occasions. And thank you, President Gable, for that. And Chair Powell, thank you for your words earlier this morning. My question: how impactful or important is it for our leaders, and including the faculty who have just done so, to speak out on issues in support of diversity and inclusion, and especially in times like the recent events?
Vice President Go.
I'm Chair Powell, Regent Davenport, thank you for your question. It is a very different, I think, communication era than when I grew up or when I went to school with, and I appreciate the preponderance of wanting to hear from leaders and the need to see statements. I also appreciate, if you haven't noticed, that especially with the killing of George Floyd, I'm seeing more than ever critiques about how statements are made or what is lacking or what is not evident in statements. I take the messaging from leaders very seriously and the importance of it. And I appreciate how much thought and presence our leadership team, led by President Gable, puts into putting a message out. So I think the short answer is absolutely our communities want to hear where they stand. Please don't misunderstand how I'm going to qualify what I'm going to say next, which is it's amazing how much energy and time gets spent, and sometimes necessarily so, with statements. And I don't take this lightly when I say at the beginning of every academic year, for example, I suggest, perhaps as a Board of Regents, but definitely as a university leadership team, we let our community know our values, our mission, our vision for the coming year, and how much we care about them. Because I'm trying to flip the critique that if you don't hear from us, we don't care. And I'm concerned about that, perpetuating that narrative, because there are a lot of things to address. There are a lot of statements to make. And I'm sometimes not sure how we catch up with all of it. So that's a practical reality. But make no mistake, that when it comes to events where there is a corporate, there is a national, international sense of outrage, anger, grief, suffering, and all the emotions that come from there, I think we are expected as leaders to say something.
Thank you, Vice President Go. Professor Lee, would you like to jump in?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Dr. Go said in response to Regent Davenport's question. The university has spent a tremendous amount of time sort of positioning itself in terms of its scientific research in addressing COVID-19, right? But what the university also needs to recognize is that we have a number of outstanding public scholars among our faculty of color. And they have risen up to the challenge during this pandemic and the current crises to really help position Minnesota at the forefront of leading the national discourse on these issues. For example, Professor Erica Lee in history, who's the leading scholar in immigration and xenophobia, recently just fortuitously had published a book on xenophobia, just as the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic occurred. And she has, been on every type of talk show and radio program and webinar possible addressing these issues. Earlier, Rachel Hardiman, professor of public health, was mentioned, who also recently published an opinion piece in the New England Journal of Medicine on the significance of racial disparities in African American communities and how that has impacted them, how COVID-19 has significantly impacted their communities. And so I think, beyond that, there are many faculty of color who are engaged in webinars on like in our department, I've been doing webinars on parenting and mental health for Asian American families. And so I think there are many faculty of color who are doing a significant amount of labor that is often unrecognized by the university, who have often prioritized sort of the medical innovation side to what the university offers.
Thank you, Professor Lee. Really appreciate that comment. Let's move on to Regent Simonson.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Thank you, presenters. I have a couple of comments and a couple of questions. I'm very, very supportive of this program. I'm very supportive of the Office of Equity and Diversity. And Vice President Go, we've talked about having you. I live in the southwest corner of the state, and District 1 is what I represent. And I look forward to having you talk when this pandemic thing is settled and you want to come down and visit. What I'm really also looking at, we're a land-grant university covering the whole state university. I really appreciate that. But I'd really like to talk a little bit about how we could expand our efforts here in southwest Minnesota. As you probably know, and especially District 518, as you probably know, we're a very diverse population down here. The grade school children, we have over 50% English second language. So it's a very diverse population down here. We're not free of racist attitudes, as some of you may have read last year in the Wall Street Journal and New York Times. We've had issues here in Worthington with racist actually activities. So, I'd really like to look at how we could expand it. In District 518, we just started a scholarship program for first-generation immigrants. We awarded the first one to a young woman who just graduated high school. She'd be going to Midwest to start off with, but then, I'm hoping we got this thing going. I wanted to limit it to university, but that's not very practical. So hopefully we can get it going with the university. So a couple of the things in this thing, Professor Rodriguez, on your second slide, that little green bubble symbol on the lower left-hand corner, that's, I think, where I'm at here. What do you mean by language and literacy? What does that represent?
Professor Lee.
Oh, Chair Powell, I think that was for me.
I beg your pardon.
Appreciate,
Professor. Yeah, over to you.
Yep, I appreciate that. Regent Simonson, that's a great question. Now, I've been down to the corner down there in southern Minnesota. And the language and literacy, those programs are programs that are in schools, and they really range a variety from preschool to through K-12. But they're really initiatives to help boost and improve the teaching and learning around reading, language development. I don't know that we have a lot in that particular area with respect to English language learners, but I do know the community down there. I've been there a few times. We've got an amazingly diverse and beautiful community in Worthington and other areas in the region. I was just down there actually last year and spoke with a school principal. And I'm always overwhelmed when I go to rural Minnesota because we think we have so much on our plates in the Twin Cities. This school principal is also the technology director, and she even does part-time bus driving when she needs to jump in to be a bus driver. Educators in rural Minnesota are doing it all, and they take on many roles on top of trying to meet the needs of a growing diverse community. But those programs have been in place in southern Minnesota across the region with respect to reading and literacy and language development. If you go, if I may, if you go
yes,
to
please.
that website, gap.umn.edu, that map is interactive. Those little flags are interactive links. If you click on one of the flags, it will take you to the programs and the school where they're located. So you can actually see what's going on in those schools.
Oh, okay. Chair, can I?
Yes, Regent Simonson, follow up.
Again, what I'm really interested in again is to expand this, especially in Southwest Minnesota, where I'm from, some university-specific outreach, where we can reach out not just to the schools, but also to the public, like I said, to help address this inclusion and so on and so forth. I'd like to see how we could use extension more. We have extension here, business 4-H and all that, but how could we use extension better in this program and reaching out to the students and working on bringing our groups together. And then, how being able to talk about career opportunities for these young immigrants and people of color. And then also to reach out to our industry as a university. I'm talking about as a representative university, to reach out down here more than what I see. So those are just some of my comments, and again, I really appreciate it and really want to do whatever I can to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Simonson. Mr. Steves, do we have others who would like to speak?
Yes, we do, Mr. Chair. We have Regent Kenyanya, Regent Rocha, Regent Her, and I believe Regent Shu's hand was briefly up as well.
Regent Kenyanya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, presenters, Professor Lee, Professor Rodriguez, and Vice President Go. We appreciate the presentation and the information. A few comments, perhaps a question somewhere in there about the presentation. First of all, I'm struck and really impressed by the local nature of some of these activities. Vice President Go, you said today, and you often say that this is everyone's work, not just your office and the other people. And, it's good to see what CHD as a college is doing. And you have the Department of, Psychology within CLA. And I think there's a certain effectiveness and specificity that you can only get at such a local level. I hope and I imagine these are just examples and that we could pick any department and any college and they could give us their presentation on what they're doing. So just wanted to make that comment. I also want to thank the presenters for, really acknowledging the recent murder of George Floyd, and then specifically that the two of the officers were U of M alums. I think it's something we have to acknowledge. It's truthful. It's part of the history, and I don't know what that means, but it's a fact, and I'm happy that was acknowledged. Also, I wanted to, Regent Simonson kind of preempted where my comments were going. I'm more and more convinced that I think the way to address this is really addressing it earlier at high school and the K-12 achievement gap we have in this state, which we could all easily say, well, that's not higher ed's problem. Maybe it is, maybe it's not, but I think there's a responsibility there in terms of solving that earlier. I think you said work with them earlier, before we get here. So I know we have the TRIO program, and I'm on the MAP website myself looking at some of those resources, and there's a lot of them there. But I think to whatever extent we can maximize and continue these programs in the high schools is going to help our efforts here. And then lastly, I know it was briefly mentioned the having faculty and staff of color and student staff of color. It really does a feedback loop of sorts. You kind of need one to help sustain the other. So I think that's important. And then to my previous comments about K-12 and that achievement gap, I think the best way we can solve it and the best responsibility we have is finding ways to educate more teachers of color, which was mentioned obviously, but to then teach in the K-12 schools and hopefully be the models and whatnot for those students. But thank you for the presentation. I don't know that I have a question in there, but those were my reflections.
Well, thank you for those, Regent Kenyana. Let's turn to Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Vice President Go, Dean Rodriguez, and Professor Lee, thank you for the presentation. This issue has been, critical, and it's a long-standing conversation that I've observed, and it's some of the themes are the same, but we certainly have new understanding of things. My focus over time has been, how does an institution like the university remove barriers? And hearing your personal stories today, really drives home the point that just the environment itself can act as a barrier to people seeking and achieving success. The specific question that I would ask, and I pointed this out in a previous conversation on the diversity environment at the university, is we're starting to see a growing gender gap where fewer and fewer male students are represented in the student population, where the gap between male and female is growing. And I understand that is consistent within the communities of color as well. On that point of barriers, do any of the three of you have a thought or a perspective on what might be driving that gap, that growing gap, certainly within the communities of color, but among the student population generally, as to why we would see that growing difference between the number of male students who are seeking an education at the University of Minnesota?
Who would like to take that question from Regent Rocha? And I would just add sort of anecdotally that the point that Regent Rocha is making, you see it vividly if you're, a company, recruiting, in the Twin Cities or anywhere. It's just the declining number of graduates, of male graduates from schools. The women are doing fabulous, but there is some concern, I think, about the gender imbalance.
Thank you, Regent Rocha, for your question, and Chair Powell. I know that gender differences in enrollment are sometimes very discipline specific, so I invite Professor Lee and Professor Rodriguez for their perspectives.
Yeah, if I may, I'll jump in. It's Chair Powell and Regent Rocha, I appreciate the question. It's not a particular area of research that I'm engaged in, but I think Vice President Go was right. The gender gaps in higher ed are national, and what we see here in Minnesota, we also see across the country, and they are discipline specific. So it's not the same gap, and the gap reverses from one college to another. We still see women less likely to enter certain fields, particularly in the sciences and mathematics areas. And we tend to see women much more so, particularly in the area where I am in education. Gender roles are deep and generational, and they're really hard to break out. But to the extent that this also affects communities of color, I think in some ways it's even more exacerbated, particularly with respect to Black and Latino young men, or men in general, who are thinking about their career options and the need and demand to provide, but be able to extend their education and find those opportunities. In part, it's an opportunity and access issue. but also it's a community need issue, and it's a hard one for a lot of folks in communities of color to make a decision with that. I think Dr. Lee has done some work in this particular area as well.
Yes, Dr. Lee, would you like to comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of build off of what was said, reiterating something that Dr. Rodriguez said. I think one of the great pressures for many immigrant first generation families is the fact that they have to make hard choices economically. And who is responsible for bringing in additional income to the family? And oftentimes, some young men are having to make those sort of choices. The other issue I wanted to bring up was the fact that there continues to be violence against brown and black bodies, and the rates of arrests and incarceration, and then the subsequent limited opportunities that those individuals have to pursue education becomes, smaller and smaller. And so, the racism and discrimination that students experience as young, students experience and understand unfair treatment as young as 8, 9 years old, as they start to move more toward peer relationships. They understand that people are being treated differently because solely of the color of their skin. By high school, they're deeply impacted by that experience by teachers and by students. They're being tracked into courses that don't provide them with opportunities to then be competitive for college. And so I think racism is occurring both at the individual level that impacts their mental health and their physical health, but also systemically in terms of the kinds of opportunities these individuals are then having. So I think that type of longstanding socialization needs to be interrupted early in the educational system in order to provide students of color, men of color, with equal opportunities later for college.
Thank you.
Powell, may I add?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair Powell, and thank you, Regent Rocha, for your question. I think in addition to what my colleagues have said, I just want to add that there are some innovative practices, and we borrow from them. For example, attracting women into more science, engineering, technology fields. But we are, in reality, still working with our colleagues, our male-dominant fields, for example, in how they conduct their classes, where, like Professor Lee said, there is still unconscious and conscious language that is used that discourages some of the gender representation from pursuing graduate school, graduate education. And I think that's why there is always perpetual work in education that we need to do with how some of our own colleagues and faculty are perpetuating this cycle of gender disciplines.
Thank you. Let's move on now to Regent Her.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the presenters. I want to acknowledge your stories and thank you for sharing that. And I do know that when you share those stories, they're very powerful, but they also take away. So there's pros and cons in the sharing. So I just want to acknowledge that. I am concerned that in light of these economic times, that the great programs that you see are being beneficial to students might be facing cuts and cutbacks. I am also concerned that the great programs that you are talking about with regards to, say, TRIO, I've been in the discussions. It's a program that gets funded and it's continually under attack based on the political climate of the time. It seems that right now people think it's a good idea, so they're funding it. A couple years from now, it will not be a good idea and it'll get defunded. And so, so good things that we know work are not institutionalized. So I would really challenge the university to think of institutional change that will provide these programs no matter the times and no matter the circumstances. And I also hear some of the great programs that you're talking about that are happening at department level. And I know that because of great teachers, great faculty, great students who give of their time, their energy, but it's not happening at the structural and institutional level. So things that you're bringing up to us, to me, as a regent, I'm thinking of the institution, I'm thinking of the system-wide, what can we do? And Michael, you know, the good work that you do, the greater you are, the more people need you and the more people want you. And so when we were up at the University of, when we were up at Duluth campus, they complained that they were not able to come down to the Twin Cities to partake in some of the great workshops or programs that you were offering, and access to webinars and seminars and online training. So it needs to happen, but it needs to happen at an institutional structural level. And I think that that just brings up to my mind that there's more work that we can do, more work that the system can do. And so don't be shy about, you are the minds, you are the brains, you're the experts. And we should look to you to help us craft the solution. So I look forward to working with you. I look forward to you to be more forceful in what you ask for. And so, and I also thank you for your statement with regards to George Floyd. It's really on line with what I'm thinking and what I'm feeling. So I acknowledge and I thank you for your bravery and courage in making your statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Her, and for that comment on just commitment and financial commitment and continuous support of these programs. Vice President Go, would you like to comment at all on Regent Her's remarks?
Thank you, Chair Powell, and thank you, Regent Her, for your comments. I'll just make some remarks in response. I appreciate the support. I hear, and our office takes very seriously our system role and always making as much availability and flexibility to make sure our resources are shared, and I know we can do a better job there. I think one of the takeaways, if you haven't noticed from our presentation, is we don't promote a one-size-fits-all because we understand the identities, intersectionalities, and even the research that suggests multicultural, but the research and evidence that also suggests affinity-centered approaches are still meaningful. But we also appreciate strengths-based approaches and emphasis on community and engagement, and even with Regent Beeson's comment about housing and on-campus housing, we are only beginning to leverage, and mistakes have been made in the past. We have not fully realized the potential of our living learning communities, of the scholarship that suggests community, belonging, leadership opportunities, engagement. So we go by principles, and we are very fortunate to have a very strong multicultural student success committee that represents, as has been mentioned, the Martin Luther King program, President's Emerging Scholars program, and all our colleagues across the Twin Cities and across the system that are experts in their own way. So we leverage on that. But I wanted to invite, if there is a comment from Professor Rodriguez around the TRIO funding and stability and future.
Professor Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Chair Powell. Regent Her, really appreciate this question. It really strikes at the heart of a lot of the work that I've been trying to do as in my short time as Associate Dean. Let me give you two quick examples. So with TRIO Student Support Services, the director, Minerva Munoz, is a real champion. She has been building relationships with the Office of Undergrad Education, with Robert McMaster and his team, has a very close working relationship with our College Student Services unit. And so in that way, those units have been learning from each other, learning from TRIO and the TRIO practices that have worked for so long, and really connecting with the institution. So building in that institutionalization. In a similar way, in our McNair program, the director there, Anthony is another social justice champion, and he is working with the graduate school. And through that connection with the graduate school, because the heart of the McNair program is to prepare our college students for graduate school. And so working closely with the graduate school, again, they've been they've been learning together. Anthony Albecker, Minerva Munoz, and many of their team members are working to infuse themselves in the institution. So I appreciate that. We will continue to do that work.
Thank you, Professor Rodriguez. Regent Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, presenters. I don't know how this topic got on the agenda. I know we've been talking about this quite frequently, and I think it's good timing, however it happened. I appreciate all your personal stories. It's very helpful to me in terms of understanding why you do what you do. The concern I have is that we talk about this quite frequently, but we don't seem to be able to move the needle. For example, I think last year, maybe the year before, I brought up the lack of diversity in the Carlson School, and specifically the number of Black students in the Carlson School. Also, the College of Science and Engineering has a very small number. We seem to talk about things at a macro level, and when you look at those numbers, we seem pretty diverse. We're over 20% college or high school graduates are students of color in the state of Minnesota, and we look at what our diversity numbers are at the university, and it's getting close to 30% if you include international students who are not counted in those specific racial categories. But as we know, a large majority of those students are coming from Asia. So recently we received a letter from a professor in our law school, Professor Painter, and he was specifically writing to us about the honors program, among other things. And the statistic that I saw in the correspondence there, I think with Vice Provost McMaster, was shocking, to say the least. I mean, in our honors program, we have less than 1% Black students. And just to give you what the other side of that might look like, nearly 50% of our football team is Black. And those are the highest recruited, we spend a lot of money recruiting those students to come to campus, primarily to play football. But if you look at the other side of it, less than 1% in the honors program is fairly small. And then another point he made is that the honors program is physically housed as a living learning community in Middlebrook Hall. And, it's a little bit, I guess, it was interesting to me that, Middlebrook, as we just had gone through this naming process, was called out to be a racist. And it's not clear that the evidence shows that he is or was at the time. And we've since gotten a lot more information. But the fact that our honors college is there and our honors college only has 1% Black students in it, I'm not sure how many of those are actually living in Middlebrook Hall, because a lot of them don't choose to live in Middlebrook Hall. They choose to live in another dorm with probably other friends. So I think there's something that we need to do. We need to start looking closer at these things. We need to start working on these things. If we were really serious about this, I mean, we've been talking about test optional for years. I've been talking about it for years. If we were really serious about doing something, we would implement a test optional program for admissions for the Twin Cities campus. Noting that we are doing a test at Crookston right now. But Regent Kenyanya mentioned the K-12 achievement gap. I don't think that's directly our business, our problem. And we are trying to address that by, the things we're doing in our education college. But what is our problem is getting students admitted and then enrolled and then graduating. And we're not doing enough in those areas. It's clear. And I'm looking for, some action on that in the near future. The closest thing, the soonest we can act is on the next class, admissions class. We can just say that, hey, because of the pandemic and because of all these other concerns that we have, we're going to go test optional. We haven't done it yet, though. So that's something I hope we can think about. On another note, we also have a problem hiring faculty of color. Now, I've heard all sorts of theories on that and how we need to address that. And I've always kind of believed that, there's a pipeline problem, and, if you want to get them, you got to compete against other institutions who are possibly able and willing to pay more than we are. So I don't know what the solution is there, but that's something that we have to look at, and I think we've committed to looking at it. It's just that we haven't moved the needle on that. At least I don't know about it because no one presents the numbers in terms of the faculty of color and breaking it down into the various groups. Finally, I want to just mention the whole face mask issue and the fact that before the pandemic, yes, there were a lot of Asian people who would wear face masks, and I think people thought that was kind of strange. But now you look around outside and around the United States and even locally here, and now it's pretty fashionable to wear face masks. And we had a little bit of a debate yesterday about whether or not we should have face masks as a mandatory thing when the students return to campus. And I think that it was reported in the Star Tribune, but that we were not going to make it mandatory. But I think we should maybe seriously think about that if we're not already. I think that discussion is still open. But those are my comments, and I just hope we can do a better job, whether it's resources or just time and effort. I mean, we spend a lot of money on equity and diversity, and I think as we get into figuring out what our new metrics are going to be, I would hope that we have some metrics to use that will be useful in showing that we can make progress in that area. Thank you.
Thank you for those. Thank you for those comments, Regent Hsu. Regent or Mr. Steves, just to check in, can you tell me who else we have who would like to speak?
Mr. Chair, we don't have anyone else, and we probably do need to move on. We're quite a bit past time.
Yeah. So I think with that, I want to thank Vice President Go and Professors Rodriguez and Lee. We really appreciate your presentations this morning. We did go over time. That's okay. It's obviously an important, and as Regent Hsu just pointed out, it's a very timely discussion, and we had a good one. There have been many good comments and questions here, I think, that will inform what we do going forward. So we thank you very, very much for the presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to our next item, which is a summary of governance decisions required by new federal Title IX guidance. So this item concerns decisions that the university must make in order to implement new Title IX regulations. New guidance from the federal government will require a significant number of changes to several university policies. In our meeting today, we're going to be hearing an overview of the decision and changes that will be required. And then at our July meeting, we will have a formal review of these policy changes. And then finally, in order to implement the policy changes by August 14th, which is a federally required deadline, I just want to alert the board that there will very likely be a need to call a special meeting after that July meeting in order to have a final vote on our decisions here. To lead us in this discussion are Tina Marisim, Director of the Office of Equal Opportunity and Affirmative Action, and Brian Slovit, Deputy General Counsel. And President Gable, I'll turn it over to you for introductory comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As the chair mentioned last month, the U.S. Department of Education issued final Title IX regulations that will take effect on August 14th. The new regulations specify how institutions must address reports of sexual misconduct that are covered by Title IX. The federal government's mid-August deadline leaves us a very short window to revise our policies, procedures, and practices in order to be in compliance. And those measures involve a lot of different constituencies and will take some time to complete. We are committed to broad consultation across our university committee nonetheless, so that we can be sure we're implementing in the best way and making sure that we are in fact in compliance. So Tina Marisam, our EOAA Director and Title IX Coordinator, and Brian Slavitt, our Deputy General Counsel, are here today to highlight the key questions that will need to be addressed across our community in order to meet these goals and meet the deadline. So now I will turn it over to them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, President Gable, and Director Marison and Deputy General Counsel Slavitt. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair Powell, Vice Chair Spigum, Regents, and President Gable. Thank you for having me and Deputy General Counsel Brian Slavitt here to talk about the new regulations. We provided previously the board with a privileged memorandum that described how the final regulations will impact our policies and procedures. So we won't use our short time today to repeat that information. Rather, our hope is to use our time today to present 3 key decision points that we would like to get board input on at this early stage. We can advance to the next slide. So the first question that we want to bring to the board is whether the university should apply the preponderance of the evidence or the clear and convincing evidence standard to determine responsibility in Title IX cases. The context here is that prior to 2017, federal guidance required us and other institutions to apply the preponderance of the evidence standard in Title IX cases. So in order to make a policy violation finding under the preponderance standard, the decision maker needs to be convinced that the reported conduct more likely than not occurred, that it's more than 50% likely that the reported misconduct occurred. A major rationale for the federal use of this standard was that Title IX mandates equity and that the preponderance of the evidence standard is the standard of proof that creates a level playing field for the parties in a grievance process. As well, the preponderance standard is the legal standard used in adjudication of civil rights claims in the US, and Title IX is a civil rights statute. Currently, our university and the vast majority of our peer institutions use the preponderance of the evidence standard when determining responsibility in Title IX cases. Now, the new regulations will permit us to choose either the preponderance of the evidence standard or the clear and convincing standard to determine responsibility in Title IX cases. The clear and convincing standard is a higher standard, meaning more evidence is required to make a finding. Under this standard, the fact finder needs to be convinced that it's highly probable that the reported incident occurred. A particular challenge for us is that the regulations require that we apply a single standard to all Title IX cases, regardless of whether they involve students, staff, or faculty. And this regulatory requirement for a single standard will require a change to university policy. Right now, we apply both the preponderance and the clear and convincing evidence standards to sexual misconduct cases in different contexts. So we use the preponderance of the evidence standard when determining whether any university member engaged in conduct that violated our sexual misconduct policy. The clear and convincing evidence standard, however, appears in our tenure code, specifically where a faculty member challenges a disciplinary suspension or termination in a judicial committee hearing, the dean needs to prove the case for discipline by clear and convincing evidence. So, in order to comply with this regulatory requirement that we use a single standard, the university will need to choose one of 2 options. First, we can change the tenure code so that it applies the preponderance of the evidence standard in all Title IX-based sexual misconduct cases. The second option is that we apply the clear and convincing evidence standard across the board to all Title IX-based sexual misconduct cases, whether they involve students, staff, or faculty. So we've already been consulting broadly with university stakeholders about this question, as President Gable noted. I'll share that the incoming and outgoing leadership of the Minnesota Student Association, as well as the incoming Student Senate Chair, have issued a statement asking the university to amend the tenure code so that a preponderance of the evidence standard can be used across all cases. System-wide student affairs professionals have also voiced support for the preponderance standard as the best practice standard in student cases. Faculty and staff governance leaders are informed on this question and are currently working to seek feedback from their constituents. So that is the first question that we bring to you for your initial input, and Deputy General Counsel Brian Slavitt will cover the next slide.
Deputy General Counsel, over to you.
All right, thank you, Chair Powell. Board, the question here, we present this question of what the scope should be of advisor participation in hearings, because under the university's current practice, advisors have a much more extensive role than what is required by the new regulations. So the university has an option here of continuing with our current model or to move to something closer to what is set as the minimum requirement by the regulations. This topic received a great deal of comment and interest during the comment period for the new regulations, with significant policy concerns raised by both those favoring a limited role for advisors and those who favor a more extensive role. Our current practice with respect to student respondents is that, number one, we do provide live hearings and appeals in all Title IX cases. And as to advisors in the Twin Cities campus, Crookston, Morris, and Rochester, advisors, including attorneys, are permitted to participate fully throughout the hearing. This means making opening statements, closing arguments, conducting direct and cross-examination, and arguing whatever issues might arise. Duluth follows a different model, one that's more in line with many of our peers, where advisors do not have a speaking role in hearings. With respect to employee respondents, for all employees, the university does not provide live hearings or appeals prior to the determination of responsibility. And except for faculty, discipline is imposed before a live hearing and appeal. Now, after the finding of responsibility in employment matters, that finding made by equal opportunity and affirmative action currently, there are live hearings as part of the various grievance processes for the different employee classifications that, generally speaking, allow for full advisor participation. We should note, however, that these grievance processes, including the hearings involved in those processes, for a number of reasons, do not satisfy the new regulations. So what do the new regulations say about advisors? Number one, parties may select an advisor of their choice, who may be an attorney. And by parties, it's important to keep in mind that we mean both the complainant or the complainants and the respondent. Advisors and only advisors in hearings are permitted to conduct cross-examination. And further, the regulations only mandate that institutions allow advisors to conduct cross-examination. The regulations do, though, give institutions the discretion to decide whether advisors can more broadly participate. Finally, the regulations require that institutions actually provide an advisor to any party, and once again, that's complainant or respondent, who does not bring their own advisor to a hearing. I'll tell you that this is a significant topic of discussion at many institutions as to how they will fulfill this particular requirement. To assist your consideration of this issue, we thought it'd be helpful to highlight the primary reasons offered during the comment period of the regulations and elsewhere in support of both the limited role for advisors and in support of the broader role. On the side of limited advisor participation, many concerns were raised that first, increasing the adversarial nature of hearings could deter the reporting of sexual misconduct. Also, concerns were raised that there's a risk of disparate treatment here if one party has an attorney who's actively participated in the hearing and the other party does not have an attorney. Perhaps they have a non-attorney advisor provided by the institution. Concerns were raised that active advisor participation could cause trauma or re-traumatization to the parties without producing more accurate and reliable evidence. I'll note that major educational associations such as the American Council on Education, the Association of Public and Land Grant Universities, the Primary Association of Title IX Coordinators, and others have expressed these concerns. On the side of full advisor participation in hearings, which is in line with the model we currently have in our student cases, commentators primarily focus on issues related to concern for the process provided for students accused of sexual misconduct, pointing to the seriousness of the allegations and the impact on the students found responsible. For example, FIRE, which is the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education, has generally praised the new regulations as carefully balancing the rights of all students, but it has said that the regulations' allowance of limited advisor participation is, quote, perhaps the biggest shortcoming, close quote, of the new regulations, because they say students who may have a limited capability to adequately defend themselves must do so in all aspects of a hearing other than cross-examination. In addition, some favoring more active roles of advisor believe that skilled or trained advisors can assist decision makers in reaching the correct decision. With that, I'd like to turn it back to Director Marasam for the next issue and the next slide.
Thank you, Deputy General Counsel. Director Marasam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the final question we want to present for your initial input is, to what extent should the university apply a centralized grievance procedure in sexual misconduct matters? So currently, we have different sexual misconduct grievance procedures depending on the status of the respondent. We have different processes for student and employee respondents. We have different processes for faculty members, for labor represented employees, and for other employee respondents. In addition, campuses have their own grievance procedures that apply to sexual misconduct cases. So as Brian mentioned, a student at UMD is provided a somewhat different hearing process than a student on the Twin Cities campus. Currently, none of these grievance procedures comply with the regulations. So we see two primary options for bringing our numerous grievance processes into compliance. The first option would be to maintain each of our current different grievance processes to the extent possible. So this would require individually modifying our tenure code, our civil service rules, the rules governing the P&A grievance process, our collective bargaining agreements, and our campus-specific student conduct code procedures. Each of these documents provides for a somewhat different grievance procedure, and each would need fairly significant and fundamental changes to comply with the regulations. The potential downside to this option is that it would result in multiple sexual misconduct grievance procedures that could potentially lead to administrative complexity and potentially uneven results across cases involving different university populations. Still, even though the regulations are highly prescriptive in telling us what our Title IX grievance process must look like, this option of retaining our multiple current grievance procedures could potentially accommodate some of the unique needs and characters of our different university populations. The second option is to create a single grievance process that applies to all employees and students system-wide. That is, we could create one set of rules for investigations, hearings, and appeals that comply with the regulations and apply to all university members. To do this, we would need to go into those policies that I mentioned and carve out sexual misconduct cases from them, right, including the tenure code, student conduct code procedures, and others, so that these documents would no longer provide grievance procedures for sexual misconduct cases. Instead, they would state that those grievance processes are handled according to the administrative policy and procedure on sexual harassment, sexual assault, stalking, and relationship violence. Adopting a centralized grievance process would have the advantage of promoting consistency across outcomes and of treating all employees involved in sexual misconduct matters similarly. I'm ready for the next and final slide. In addition, use of a single grievance process would allow us to use system-wide personnel to run grievance processes across campuses and university populations. So the context here is that in order to provide live hearings and appeals in employee cases, which we're newly required to do by August 14th, we're going to need to fill multiple roles. including the roles of hearing decision maker, appellate decision maker, and also advisors for each party. And we're going to have to fill these roles across all campuses and employee classes. The individuals who wind up filling these roles will need to have some level of expertise and also experience to apply the regulatory requirements. It would be particularly difficult for our smaller campuses to identify current employees to fill these necessary grievance process roles in a manner that avoids potential conflicts of interest. So to avoid duplication of efforts and to promote consistency, we could have a system-wide pool of panel members to serve as decision makers in hearings. Similarly, we could have a system-wide pool of advisors for the parties in all sexual misconduct cases. We could have a few hearing officers that run hearings in student and employee cases on all campuses. These types of system-wide measures would mitigate the need for each campus to select and train their own hearing officer in pools of panel members and advisors. Even if we did take such a system-wide approach, we could still take steps to preserve peer or local involvement in decision-making. For example, members of the Senate Judiciary Committee could still serve as panel members in hearings involving faculty respondents so that we could preserve the SJC's role in faculty discipline cases, right? We could still have decision-maker panel members who come from the campus on which the reported violation occurred. Overall, there are multiple benefits to creating a single grievance procedure, including avoiding the significant investment that would be needed to create and run different hearing processes across campuses and across employee classifications, promoting consistent outcomes in sexual misconduct cases across employee classes, and enabling the university to more easily oversee and ensure compliance in an area that now needs to meet detailed and technical regulatory requirements. We do understand that Minnesota State is similarly planning to utilize a single grievance policy and centralized grievance personnel to handle all of their sexual misconduct reports system-wide and bring their institution in compliance with the regulations. Next slide, please. So this is the initial content we wanted to offer the board, understanding that we'll have the opportunity for more conversations in the next month. But at this kind of early stage in our revisions to our policies, we're very interested to hear your initial feedback on all three of these questions, which I think are each in their own way fundamental to how we will implement the regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Marison, for that, and Deputy General Counsel for that overview. I think as is clear. I mean, sure, it's clear to the board. I mean, this is very consequential. There are some very important decisions that the board will have to make here by mid-August. And I think what I'd like to do now is really just go around, and the opportunity today is for the presenters to get feedback and reactions. I'm going to try to, I don't think today's the day for too much back and forth because we just have limited time, but we do want to hear your feedback and reactions. The three, again, the questions are evidentiary standards, role of advisors, centralized procedures, and we'll see who's on call who would like to speak. Mr. Steves, do we have a list?
Mr. Chair, we have Regent McMillan and Regent Mayron on the list so far.
Okay, Regent McMillan, please.
Thank you, Chair Powell, and thank you, Brian and Tina, for your tireless work in this space, and I think the outstanding results that you generate as you apply the law and the procedures we have today. I'll be quick here. This stuff warrants more than quick responses, but in the interest of time, I have a somewhat of a preference for the preponderance standard. I'll just hang on to why, because it's probably too long for the time allowed. I like consistency of application of our procedures, and I especially know that we have to have consistent outcomes when we apply our processes. So with those in mind, I'm bypassing the second one because I don't know that I have a preference there. I would look to the administration for the representation piece more. You know, what do you think's best in your experience? But I jumped right to the third. And as I answer that one, and again, this is about people and people's lives, so I don't like to put dollars and cents around it. But one of the biggest challenges this university faces is managing the cost of compliance. It's just booming all across, whether it's research or anything. We have growing costs of compliance. And when I think about places where we will be challenged to bring scope and scale together and try to find ways we differentiate ourselves, we've got to have compliance processes that are less intensive rather than more, and where we can apply scope and scale advantages. So what am I saying? I'm saying that consistency and uniformity and centralized approaches, I think, tend to bring lower cost of compliance. So that's a secondary factor. The primary one is good, consistent applications and consistent outcomes for the people who are accused. And that has to be our first goal. But to the extent we can go to a centralized approach and do better when it comes to how we not let the continuing, this upward spiral of administrative cost burden eat us alive, I tend to think centralized might make more sense. Those are preliminary.
All right, thank you, Regent McMillan, for those comments. Let's move on now to Regent Mayron.
Thank you, Chair Powell. I think it would be helpful for me and perhaps for the regents who came in with me a year ago to understand historically why claims by students were treated differently than claims by faculty. For example, preponderance of the evidence used when you're dealing with a student complaint of sexual misconduct, but clear and convincing for faculty, why we had faculty or employee proceedings, use of advisors different than students. We have a more robust set of circumstances for students than for faculty or employees, and why we were so decentralized in the past. My initial inclination, until I hear historically why we did this differently, would be to go similarly to what Regent Powell said, is to apply the preponderance of the evidence standard to both. It's also the standard that gets used in trials and claims involving Title VII or the Minnesota Human Rights Act. I would like to see whatever the advisor participation being consistent among both employees and faculty, and I would like to see it be, I would not like to take a step backwards from how we handle current sexual misconduct claims. So if we have a robust representation under sexual misconduct for students, I would not like to back that off and take away what we've already provided to them. And I am a strong proponent, unless historically there's a good reason to be decentralized, to see the investigation and resolution be centralized, not only for consistency of results, but also I share the comments of Regent McMillan that I think it will inure to our benefit in terms of costs of addressing such claims. So you have my inclination, but I think it's important for at least those of us who are new to understand why these different groups were treated differently. And I don't know if that's a response for the presenters or who, but I would be interested in knowing that, at least as we weigh into this in future decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Mayron, for those comments. Very clear. Mr. Steves, do we have others on the list?
Mr. Chair, we have Regents Swigum, Rocha, Beeson, and Shu.
Okay. Regent Swigum.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll be very, very quick because if I say anything in this area of legality, I put myself in great jeopardy, I'm sure. My understanding, Ms. Marsham, is that the August 14th date before us from the department, the department is not telling us what decisions to do. They're just saying have consistency amongst your processes, your standards, in your advisor participation. They're just asking for consistency. Is that correct?
Director Marison.
Thank you, Chair Powell, Regent or Vice Chair Spigum. There are many parts of the regulations that are highly prescriptive, where the regulations tell us what we have to do and how we need to do it. There are certain areas where we have discretion, and the questions that we've brought to you are those areas that, we have discretion to determine the clear or convincing or preponderance standard. We have discretion to determine whether we want to only allow advisors to conduct cross-examination or whether we want to allow them greater participation in hearings. And we have discretion of how we structure, whether centralized or decentralized, our processes.
So in these, Ms. Marsham, in these three areas that you brought forward to us, it seems reasonable to me that we have some consistency of justice, some consistency between the different situations. It seems like a reasonable request. It's somewhat out of my ballpark. Is it unfair of me or the other regions to ask you, Ms. Marsham, what your suggestions, your recommendations would be in all three of these areas? Because I mean, you're the real go-to person here. You're the expert for our university. Is it unfair of me to ask that?
Regent Swigum, if I can just interject before Director Marison responds, I just want you to know that the administration, they are working, to develop a recommendation. They're consulting with the faculty. So they're going to bring us something that is more concrete about what they think is the right direction. I'm sure Director Marison will be involved in that, but I wanted you to know that there's that larger process going on.
I'll pass, Mr. Chairman. I'll move on.
Okay. Thank you, Regent Swigum. Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I ask a question, a clarification first, and then I got thoughts. The clarification is, so for faculty, what's the standard for non-sexual assault, sexual harassment type claims? For other types of employment misconduct not related to sexual misconduct, what is the standard?
Director Marison or Deputy General Counsel?
I can take that. Well, the standard is the same. It's a question of when there is suspension or termination considered. The standard is the same. Doesn't matter the nature of the misconduct.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to make sure I understand. So a change to the if there was a change to the standard for sexual misconduct, would it be expected that the rest of misconduct would remain under the clear and convincing standard and only sexual misconduct would fall under this, or are we talking about a change in the standard as a whole?
Deputy General Counsel.
Thank you, Chair Powell, Regent Rocha. As we've been consulting on this issue, we've just been focusing on a change related to sexual misconduct.
All right. Mr. Chair, if I may again?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So as it relates to sexual misconduct claims, there's no question in my mind that the standard should be the same, particularly as it relates to the Title IX component of this. And it's, this is a really complex topic, and obviously we don't have a lot of time at our board meetings to talk about it as a group very well. But, obviously, from a fairness and propriety standpoint, access standpoint, it doesn't really matter who the assailant is or who the person committing the improper act is in its effect on a student in particular, or a staff member or a faculty member. As far, I would be satisfied with preponderance as a standard, but it depends on the remedy. And the reason I asked the question about with the faculty and other types of misconduct is that it appears that over time the institution, and I don't recall this topic before the last several years, that it's to take someone's employment away, it requires meeting a standard above a preponderance. And so that's a different question. Holding somebody accountable is a different question than protecting a victim. And the Title IX part of it is, the civil rights part of it is making sure victims are not prevented from having access to an education at the University of Minnesota because of the acts of somebody doing something bad. And so if it's a function of protecting the victim, I think a preponderance is appropriate. And so it really depends on what the remedy is. When you talk about from student to student, if it's a function of a preponderance standard to essentially act as an order for protection, where the assailant is no longer a part of the university community while the victim pursues his or her education, but then once that person is no longer present, that the accused would then have access again. A preponderance seems like a fair standard, and that's exactly what would happen if they were to pursue an order for protection through the civil courts. On a preponderance standard, they could get protection so that the assailant wouldn't be allowed on campus. But if it goes beyond that, if you're talking about permanent expulsion and those sorts of things, then I feel a lot less comfortable having a preponderance standard that would prevent either party from having access to the university on a permanent basis. That being said, I think centralized is very appropriate. It's hard for me to understand that if it's worth the investment of time and resources on one campus, a victim on another campus wouldn't have access to that same sort of process, and nor would an accused have the same right to a process. So I'm fully on board with the concept of a centralized process, and I can't think of a counter argument as to why it wouldn't be appropriate to do that. And then as far as advocates, I think that I'm a strong proponent of advocates. It's been a big part of my career, civilian-wise, in government work through the military service. These types of matters are very stressful. They're very, very stressful for victims. They're stressful for accused, and not everybody performs well. And the idea of an advocate is not to try to tilt the scales one way or the other, but to help get to the truth of a matter in a competent way. And I don't know that favors victims. I don't know that it favors accused, but I think that if we are committed to doing this the right way, we should do it in a way that again, doesn't penalize somebody based on their reaction to the stressful environment and circumstances of a procedure like this. So I would be an advocate for advocates in assisting in these processes. Those are my thoughts right now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Rocha, for those thoughts. Regent Beeson.
Regent Beeson, you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you, presenters. I also favor a centralized and standardized management system among the campuses. The reason it, like a lot of things, Regent may around things sort of evolve organically around here, and one thing starts earlier and then there's a new activity. Title IX probably followed the tenure code, but anyway, that's an archaeological dig. I think as I understand, civil law has as its standard primarily the preponderance of evidence. I think that feels like the right thing to do. So I would go with that. The advisor issue, I agree with Regent Rocha. I agree with having legal representation. Part of it is that we have to assume we've had so many leaks in these cases, and it's going to happen again. And when leaks happen, these become public spectacles out of a private matter. And at that point, people's reputations are really on the line, whether they're exonerated or they're found guilty. Both parties have a lot of risk. So they have to be able to bring resources to the table and give their best case. And I think if one party brings an attorney in, the university should provide almost a public defender to the other side. You can't have one group having an attorney, because that will buy some justice. So I do think, and then on the issue, it's really interesting issue between, there has to be the same standard on Title IX, whether it's students or faculty, but also if it's not a Title IX issue for faculty, what is that? I think we have to keep a same standard for everything, although the consequences are different for faculty. But the crime, if the crimes are the same or the violations are the same, there should be the same, the same outcome. So it's a great issue to wrestle with, but thank you.
Thank you, Regent Beeson. Regent Hurt.
Mr. Chair, I believe it was Regent Shu.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Regent Shu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, presenters. Regarding the first question, I'm going to punt on that until we receive further information, but I think there are interesting arguments for both. I have a question about how that would apply to current cases, and maybe this was covered earlier and I missed it, but if and whether or not we actually have to make the decision and start using the new standards on August 14th, or just have to treat cases that are reported after August 14th differently. And I don't know if you want to answer that, if someone wants to answer that right away.
Is there a quick answer to that, Director Marisim?
Yes, thank you, Chair Powell and Regent Shu. The Department of Education, which has put out the rules, has not yet said what will happen to cases that are ongoing at the time the regulations come into effect. But we understand from department officials that they're not going to apply the new rules to ongoing cases, that the new rules will apply to reports that we receive after August 14th or incidents that occur after August 14th. And we're expecting word from the department on which of those will apply soon.
Okay, thank you. Regent Shu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that answer. On the advisor issue, I think we need to continue to provide what we're providing now. I think advisors are good. I do have an issue with how we handle things when one party brings a lawyer, then the university, I think, provides a lawyer for the other side. And I don't know if I'm correct on that, but that just, getting to the cost side, I'm not sure what the cost of that is or if we even measure that, but I think that's an interesting situation where the university then becomes on the hook for providing that service. I don't know if you want to answer that.
I think we just take that as a question, Regent Shu, and we want to get your comments, and then we'll factor those in, and we'll come back in July.
Okay,
thank
you.
Try to get feedback and comments today, just because we just don't have the time.
All right. Well, I'll quickly answer the third question then. I think centralization is better, but only if it's a good process, because otherwise we just have a bad process all around and don't even have, pockets where the process might be better. So I think as long as we provide a good centralized process, I think that's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Shu. Appreciate that. Mr. Steves, do we have others who would like to speak?
The last two comments we have are from Regent Kenyanya and Regent Davenport.
Regent Kenyanya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple comments and reactions on just a couple of the questions, because the others I'm really still unsure of. I think initially, and just hearing this, I lean towards preponderance, as others have said, and amending the tenure code, at least for Title IX issues, to reflect that and keeping that the same standard. On the issue of advisors, I also have the question of, and it seems we all do, including administration, on what the federal administration's expectation is for providing advisors, that institutions should provide those, and what that would look like. But I do worry. I think Regent Beeson brought this up, in the creation of an imbalance when one party has a lawyer and the other doesn't. And if you're being honest, even if they both do, there could be a quality issue. There's a class issue there. If a student's able to go hire, Regent Rocha, who's a world-class lawyer, and the other one stuck with me, that's unfortunate. right? So I think it's definitely something to think about in how that plays out. And then in terms of process, I think there are benefits that have been stated in terms of a shared centralized process. I would really look to the officers and officials at the local levels, and the different student affair offices across the system to shed light on that and why their processes are different, right? Because clearly there's a reason that this campus and that campus feels that it should be done this way, right? So just look to them to understand why those processes are different. And if we were to go to a shared centralized process, I think the officers should still be localized. In terms of the process might be the same, but the person hearing that case should be someone from that campus who understands it and understand the context of the things they're reading and the locations they're reading in the report, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Kenyana. Regent Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Director. Quickly, I favor centralization for consistency and depth of expertise. I fall on the side of preponderance of evidence. I lean toward limited advisor role. However, I hear my colleagues and am open to the recommendation on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Davenport. Mr. Steves, I think, have we heard from everyone who would like to speak?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, so Director Marisem and Deputy General Counsel, I think there have been some very clear themes from the board in the direction of centralization, advisors and preponderance, but clearly also with some nuance and clarifications on each of those. So I think you will undoubtedly feel that you've gotten some very good feedback and direction here. I know that the administration is working with you to develop a refined proposal, which we will see in July, which will, I'm sure, reflect the feedback that you just have. And we want to thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you so much for the very rich and helpful feedback.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we'll now move on to our next item, 12, which is Code of Conduct. We'll be joined by General Counsel Peterson and Executive Director Steves for this annual review of Board of Regents policy, the Code of Conduct for members of the board. And I'll turn it over to Executive Director Steves and General Counsel Peterson for a brief presentation.
Mr. Chair, I'll simply remind the board that you undertook a major comprehensive review of this policy and rewrite of this policy within the past year. And so our review this year will be very, very brief. And with that, I'll let General Counsel Peterson touch on a couple things.
General Counsel Peterson.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Brian indicated, given all the work that you've done on this Code of Conduct, I would like to limit my remarks to two highlights. The first one is to highlight what I think is the most significant change in what you've done with your Code of Conduct. You've shifted from what had been a list of duties and responsibilities. If I recall, there were 26 of them, and they were, very specific, and they're also very well stated. But what you've substituted are a set of guiding principles and 3 fiduciary duties, those of care, loyalty, and obedience, which, as we've discussed, obedience being fidelity to law and mission. And so from my perspective, that's a very important change in terms of the strategic vision that you're applying to your Code of Conduct. As you know, there are issues before this university and thus before this board that are not confined to a specific and well-stated list. I mean, take what you worked through yesterday. I mean, you worked through issues with, science, law, public health, finance, politics, public policy, all merged into one, requiring, in the end, judgment where there's no answer that you can find in any book. So as a result, as the U is working through some difficult times and this board is facing some difficult questions, I think this updated code can very much be your compass, because through those decisions, as I think all of you know, ultimately they come down to issues of mission and issues of the values of the university. And so from my point of view, whether you're dealing with regular business or whether or not you're in the middle of a hotter controversy with a lot of cross currents, in the end, the guiding principles and these 3 fiduciary duties as currently stated will serve you well. The second thing I want to note in conjunction with this sort of annual review is that which is required in section 5, that is confirmation that I have reviewed the financial disclosure statements that each of you have put together, and I can confirm that I have reviewed each of them and that all of them are in compliance with the code of conduct and in compliance with the expectations of university policy. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, General Counsel Peterson. And so I think members of the board, what you've heard is that the board did very good work, on this code of conduct over the last year, and I think a strong affirmation of that work by the General Counsel, and also a confirmation that we've all done what we need to do in terms of financial disclosure. Is there any discussion, any questions or comments on this annual review? Mr. Steves, do we have anyone who would like to speak?
I do not see anyone.
Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Director Steves and General Counsel Peterson for that review. We'll now move on to the report of the committees. Turning first with the report of the Audit and Compliance Committee. Regent Rocha, please share your report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Audit and Compliance Committee considered one action item this month. The committee unanimously recommends approval of a contract extension with our external auditor, Deloitte. I move approval of the contract extension.
Are there any regents who would like to speak or comment on the contract extension for Deloitte? Hearing none, we'll move to a roll call.
On the extension of the audit contract, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Herr.
Yes.
Regent Herr votes yes. Regent Hsu.
Yes.
Regent Hsu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 12 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, that motion is approved. Thank you. Regent Rocha, any other items from the Audit and Compliance Committee?
Yes, quickly, Mr. Chair. The committee also had several discussion items that in the interest of time, I will not go into great length describing this afternoon, but in summary, Chief Auditor Klatt also provided the committee with an update on internal audit activities since our last meeting and outlined an interim internal audit plan for fiscal year 2021. Vice President Golachek and Quinn Galswick from Internal Audit provided an overview of a recent access management audit. And finally, we had a discussion on foreign influence risk mitigation with Associate Vice Presidents Webb and McQuaid. I would encourage you to review the docket materials and watch the video of the meeting if you're interested in our discussions on these topics. Thank you, Chair Powell. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Regent Rocha. Regent Beeson, will you please report on behalf of the Litigation Review Committee?
I will. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Litigation Review Committee met yesterday. At the meeting, we adopted a resolution authorizing the closing of the meeting to discuss matters subject to the attorney-client privilege.
Thank you. Thank you, Regent Beeson. For the Mission Fulfillment Committee, Regent Anderson, please, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Powell. I will report that the Mission Fulfillment Committee acted on one action item this month. The committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of the consent report, which includes approval of the new, changed, and discontinued academic programs and conferral of promotion and tenure. I move approval of the consent report.
Thank you, Regent Anderson. Any questions or comments on that motion? Seeing none, I'll ask Mr. Steves to call the roll.
On the Mission Fulfillment Committee consent report, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Herr.
Yes.
Regent Herr votes yes. Regent Hsu.
Yes.
Regent Hsu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent
Yes.
Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 12 in favor and none opposed.
All right, that motion is approved. Thank you. Regent Anderson, was there any additional committee business? I think you're muted, Regent Anderson. Any other business?
Oh. Well, my thing says I'm on. That concludes my report. Can you hear me?
All right. Very good. Thank you. Regent McMillan, would you move us on to the Finance and Operations Committee report, please?
I would. I'll double check I'm on, correct?
Yes, you are.
Okay, the
I'll
Finance and
hear
Ops
you.
Committee acted on 6 items this month. The committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of the resolution related to the fiscal year 2021 annual capital improvement budget, and I move approval of that resolution.
Any discussion on that resolution or comments? Hearing none, we'll call the roll.
On the capital improvement budget, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Herr.
Yes.
Regent Herr votes yes. Regent Hsu.
Yes.
Regent Hsu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 12 in favor and none opposed.
All right, that motion is approved. Thank you. Back to you, Regent McMillan.
Regent McMillan is muted.
Am I off now?
No, you're on now.
Okay, I didn't mute myself. It somehow it changed on me. But anyway, the committee voted
Has a mind
unanimously
of
to
its own.
recommend. The committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of the resolution related to the fiscal year 2021 annual operating budget, also known as the COVID adjusted budget. I move its approval.
Thank you. Any comments or discussion of that motion? Hearing and seeing none, we'll call the roll.
Mr. Chair, Regent Kenyanya has raised his hand.
Oh, right. Regent Kenyanya, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not much discussion, just reiterating a comment from yesterday. Great work from the administration on this one in light of everything. Just wanted to reiterate that look forward to a robust and consultative communication with the university community before acting on the reserved funds for possible additional officers. Otherwise, look forward to supporting this.
Thank you, Regent Kenyanya. Anyone else? All right, Mr. Steves, you can call the roll.
On the operating budget, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Herr.
Yes.
Regent Her votes yes. Regent Shu.
Yes.
Regent Shu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 12 in favor and none opposed.
All right. That motion is approved. Regent McMillan, back to your report.
All right, we're a third of the way through. The committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of the resolution related to workforce contributions, furloughs, and pay reductions. I move approval of that resolution.
All right. Thank you. Any Regent questions or comments on that recommendation of the operations planning work group, which included the work on the furloughs? All right. Seeing none, hearing none, I'll call for the vote.
On the furlough and pay reduction plan, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Her.
Yes.
Regent Her votes yes. Regent Shu.
Yes.
Regent Shu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 12 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. That motion is approved. And Regent McMillan, again, back to you for additional committee business.
All right, item 406, the committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of the purchase of 1015 Essex Street Southeast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. I move approval of this real estate transaction.
Any questions or comments on this motion? All right, hearing none, I'll call for the roll.
On purchase of the Essex Street property, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Her.
Yes.
Regent Her votes yes. Regent Shu.
Yes.
Regent Shu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 12 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Steves. That motion is approved. And back to Regent McMillan now. I think this will be 5 of 6 coming up.
You're counting well. The committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of the sale of approximately 435 acres at Umore Park in Rosemount, Minnesota. I move approval of this, second of 2 real estate transactions.
Thank you. Again, any questions or comments on this transaction? Hearing none, I will ask Mr. Steves to call the roll.
On the sale of property at Umore Park, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Her.
Yes.
Regent Her votes yes. Regent Shu.
Yes.
Regent Shu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 12 in favor and none opposed.
So that motion is approved. Regent McMillan, over to you for your last item.
Very good. The committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of the consent report, which includes the Central Reserve's general contingency, purchase of goods and services over $1 million, appointments to the Board of Trustees of the Minnesota Landscape Arboretum Foundation, engagement of credit and liquidity provider, principles for allocating Federal CARES Act institutional funds, 1 real estate transaction, and 2 schematic designs. I move approval of the consent report.
Thank you, Regent McMillan. Any comments or questions on the Finance and Operations Committee consent report? Hearing none, I will ask Mr. Steves to call the roll.
On the Finance and Operations Committee consent report, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Herr.
Yes.
Regent Herr votes yes. Regent Hsu.
Yes.
Regent Hsu votes yes. Regent Kenyanya.
Yes.
Regent Kenyanya votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 12 in favor and none opposed.
That motion is approved. Thank you, Regent McMillan. Any additional committee business on which you would like to report?
No, sir. That concludes my report.
Very good. Thank you. We'll move on to our next item, old business. Is there any old business to come before the board? Please indicate by contacting one of our reps or use raise hand. Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to new business. And as I mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, as turning to new business, I would invite a motion to approve the resolution related to the framework for delivering our academic mission in fall 2020. You've all received it. We'll display it now for the audience, and I would appreciate if we can have someone move that.
So moved.
Regent Hsu, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Regent Davenport. So if referring to the resolution, I think it tracks closely the principles that the president and provost reviewed with us yesterday. And we'll open this resolution up for any discussion or comment.
Mr. Chair, Regent Hsu has his hand raised.
Regent Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fully support this resolution. I think it cleans up a lot of the questions that were being asked yesterday, and I think it is the best possible solution for our campus and broader community.
Thank you, Regent Hsu. We appreciate that comment. Any other questions or comments on the resolution?
Regent Kenyanya has his hand up.
Regent Kenyanya.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would wonder, based on what we spoke yesterday, are there any changes that the president or someone else from the administration would like to call out from the presentation yesterday? Because yesterday we concluded on not necessarily taking this action, and we're today. So I was just wondering if she or someone else could highlight anything that's since been changed.
Thank you.
Or maybe it's nothing.
Thank you very much for the question, Regent Kenyanya. President Gable, would you like to address that question?
Mr. Chair, Regent Kenyanya, nothing has fundamentally changed. This is intended to clarify in language that represents the action. I will highlight that there was discussion yesterday around start dates. While this is not overt in the resolution, because of the nature of how the academic calendar works, just in the interest of informing the board and others who may be watching, that part of the conversation has evolved to maintaining the original academic calendar for the Twin Cities campus, Rochester, Crookston, and Duluth campuses. The Morris campus intends to work within the language within the resolution that allows them to start to function or accelerate their academic calendar to an earlier start. The reason behind this being the availability of off-campus housing for our students and the need for that flexibility. I do, while I have the floor, want to take just a moment to thank all of the faculty, staff, and student groups who consulted on the academic calendar and provided input and were willing to offer flexibility to the provost and therefore to me. But this would be the ultimate outcome of that effort.
Thank you, President Gable. Regent Kenyana, does that address it?
It does. Just a brief follow-up. Thank you, Madam President. That clarifies a lot. So what's lost in not being able to move back the academic calendar?
President Gable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regent Kenyana, the primary loss is 1 degree of flexibility. As we discussed in the presentation yesterday, everything we're planning for is scientifically informed, but the science is changing rapidly. And so we are trying to build plans that maximize flexibility. The earlier the start, the more degrees of freedom we would have had, but there are trade-offs to that. And in light of those trade-offs, we're proceeding in this way.
Thank you, President Gable. Other questions or comments on this resolution?
Mr. Chair, we have Regent Rocha and Regent Anderson.
Regent Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very, very quickly, I also thank President Gable and the team. When we had this up yesterday, it was a discussion item with an expectation of kind of clarity coming forward, but it was clear that there was a kind of consensus. This language gives us something, I think, to understand and be able to support. And as a result, I think it's consistent from a procedural standpoint with the full board being comfortable moving it from the discussion into an action item. So I appreciate the work that was done in very short order, and I think this is very helpful to the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Regent Rocha. Appreciate it. Regent Anderson.
Yes, and I'll be very brief. Thank you, Chair Paul. I put my hand up when Regent Kenyana asked the question, and I think yesterday's meeting, Regent Davenport was very well intentioned to move everything forward, but there had not been a formal resolution drafted. And I think that administration and some board members figured out that it was intention to move this forward with some degree of certainty. So let's draft a resolution and see if that will go tomorrow. I think that's really the only thing.
Thank you. Thank you, Regent Anderson. Mr. Steves, anyone else?
There is no one else who's indicated an interest in speaking.
All right. Well, then, thank you for the President Gable, to your team for the good work, and thank you all for the questions and discussion. I think we've ended up in a good place. Mr. Steves will now call the roll.
On the resolution related to the fall framework, Regent Anderson.
Yes.
Regent Anderson votes yes. Regent Beeson.
Yes.
Regent Beeson votes yes. Regent Davenport.
Yes.
Regent Davenport votes yes. Regent Herr.
Yes.
Regent Herr votes yes. Regent Hsu.
Yes.
Regent Hsu votes yes. Regent Kenyana.
Yes.
Regent Kenyana votes yes. Regent Mayron.
Yes.
Regent Mayron votes yes. Regent McMillan.
Yes.
Regent McMillan votes yes. Regent Rocha.
Yes.
Regent Rocha votes yes. Regent Simonson.
Yes.
Regent Simonson votes yes. Regent Swigum.
Yes.
Regent Swigum votes yes. Chair Powell.
Yes.
Chair Powell votes yes. Mr. Chair, there are 12 in favor and none opposed.
Very good. That motion is approved. Thank you. Are there any other items of new business? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting of the Board of Regents.
So moved.
I will emphatically second that, Mr. Chair.
All in favor? Aye. All right.
Aye.
Thanks, everybody.
Aye.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good day. We're adjourned.
Bye, Eileen.